this is gonna be a big one. I don't know when, but we're finishing today. We got the power supply, and we're ready to finish this PC build. Now, this is a different PC build for me for two reasons. One is gonna be a gift. It's going to be a gift for my people. The family also needs and deserves a $10,000 command center. We're gonna get the family into gaming. Okay, that's very important. I think they're gonna get bored of Netflix and all that. The movie sucks, bro. Gaming is next level. It's the highest level of entertainment. Family needs to experience that. So we need a PC. And the other reason why this is a different build is because usually you buy all the new parts, and if you don't mess it up big time, it's gonna work. You know, new parts are not supposed to have an issue, but in this case, my heart is beating, impatient, waiting to give this PC power to know if it works. Because the CPU that I'm using for this PC was bricked. The motherboard was bricked. And I think I fixed it. What happened is I bent all the pins, and I thought, well, there's nothing I can do about this. It's just too small, impossible to fix unless I have like a special tool or something. But I did some research, and I'm like, well, it could be possible. And with a razor blade, and in real time, I show how to fix, or how I was able to straighten the pins of that Ryzen 7 CPU. So I hope it works. Okay, because if it doesn't work, we're still going to build a PC, but it's just gonna cost me a lot more money, because I'm gonna have to buy a new CPU and a RAM. Oof. Right now, if you buy a RAM, they're gonna hit you with everything they have. Okay, so thanks. I have my motherboard, RAM, CPU ready, but if it doesn't work, I'm gonna have to bite the bullet. So thanks to MSI for supporting this PC build at these tough times. And sending me this 850 watts power supply that we're gonna need, because I'm about to show you the GPU. Okay? We got a GPU that, in my opinion, is actually, I think it's the best deal right now. And it is a great time to buy a GPU because things are about to get worse. We all know that. So we got plenty of power here. Now, MSI was gonna send me a 1000 watts power supply. And I'm like, maybe I don't need it that high. And more importantly, I needed the power supply to have the regular 8-pin power connectors for the GPU. And now the latest power supplies are coming with the 12 pins for the GPU, but only one, sometimes only one piece 8-pin for the GPU that is supposed to be connected to the motherboard. The latest motherboards are coming with one 8-pin, the ones that you use for the GPU, and it gives the GPU power. So that's a new thing now. And actually, MSI listened to my feedback, and I'm sure many others. And they are including in two of their power supplies, in two of their models, they are now including an adapter in case you need to connect an older GPU. So you can use a 12-pin, one of those 12-pin power connectors with the adapter, and you get two 8-pin connectors for regular GPUs, and if the GPU already has one, so that's three in total. So if you have a 3090 Ti or something like that, or 3090, you can still connect it. So that is a great move from MSI. So what they did was, if you own, is specifically with two power supply models. One is the one that I have, that I give them the feedback, which is the 1250 GS, I think it is. I'll put a pinned comment after the live stream. And also the one that they were gonna send me, which is I think the 1000 GL, I think, or GS. I don't remember exactly. I did a community post with all the details about that. So basically, if you previously purchased one of those two power supplies, the one that I have, or that 1000 watt power supply, you can apply. You go to the center, you apply, and they send you an adapter. So my adapter is coming, and I'll make a video about it because I think it is a great pro-consumer move from MSI. I mean, you already bought the power supply. The specs were not wrong. So it's like you basically made a mistake. If you needed those two and you bought the power supply that didn't have them, it was your mistake. But they're still taking care of you, and that is great. That's a great move. And now moving forward, those power supplies are going to already have the adapter, so you don't have to apply for it. But if you purchase it before the revision, you have the chance to get the adapter. So that is great. Yeah, the RAM prices are out of control right now. Yeah, I'll read the chat. We're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna be here for a long time. So thanks for stopping by. So this is the power supply, the MAG A850GL PS5, PS5, PCIe Express 5. So this one has a 12-pin power connector for the latest GPUs, and it has 4 of the regular 8-pin connectors. That's why I asked MSI specifically for this power supply. I mean, unless you have a 5090 or you want to do overclocking with a very hungry CPU, this power supply is anything, really. I bet this can power my 5090 PC, no issues, okay? But it's not recommended, of course. But yeah, this, unless you have a 5090, anything else, this will be perfect. And it's cheaper too. So yeah, I really like the connectivity that we have on this power supply. So let's see how it is. We're gonna open it, we're gonna take it out of the box, we're gonna put it on the PC, we're gonna connect, the motherboard is already there. We're gonna connect everything, and then at the end, we're gonna slap the GPU. Now let me tell you a little bit about how I choose the GPU. And by the way, we built the PC yesterday in a live stream. I unboxed the case and show you all the features that we have on this case. Now, let me tell you about how I choose the GPU, okay? Because the CPU is old at this point. It's a Ryzen 7 2700. So you don't want to go crazy with the GPU. We're gonna get bottlenecked. This CPU is not gonna be playing Unreal Engine 5 games. So this PC will be free of Unreal Engine 5 games. Okay? But that's okay, because I'm going to get my people into gaming. I mean, how many games do we have that can run very, very well? Plenty. But we do need to have a powerful GPU to output 1440p, 4K, and maybe the frame rate is not going to be the highest with that CPU, but we can get some high quality pixels if we have a strong GPU. So I look at my options to decide which GPU I was going to buy for this PC. And also thinking about upgrades, because in the future I'll get a better CPU, a newer platform and all of that, and I wanted to have a strong GPU to allow for that to happen and make sense. So I look at my options. I was like, okay, if I spend $100, I'm getting garbage. Okay, even in the used market, I'm gonna get a GPU for $100 that is only gonna be good to output video. That's it. Nothing else. For $200, I was able to get something okay. They can play some games, but nothing crazy. Even on the used market, for $200, there's no way I was able to get something that was even 1440p or even 1080p gaming at any capacity, really. So I was not able to find any options for $200. I was like, yeah, that sounds good. So then let's go to $300. For $300, brand new, you can get a GPU that's decent, that can play some games, but 1080p medium low settings, not great. But right now, I'm gonna tell you what I believe is the GPU to buy if you want to build a PC that is sensitive, or you need an upgrade for your GPU. You have an older PC and then you want to upgrade the GPU and then wait until things get better with the RAM prices and all of that, upgrade the platform, and you're still gonna have a good GPU to last you for some good gaming for these years. Here's my recommendation. This is what I got, and I did get a great deal, a great sample. I'm gonna show you this GPU. I bought it used. I was shocked with how new it looks. So I did get lucky on this GPU because it looks immaculate. I'm gonna show it to you. It's unbelievable. The owner actually told me it has 4 hours of use, and I believe him. It looks that new, and he told me that after I purchased the GPU, and I wrote him, hey, look, this looks impressively new. What's going on? And he told me this has 4 hours of use, basically. He said, I built a PC. I also got a laptop. Really, I wanted to just have the fun of building the PC. I used this thing for 4 hours, never use it again, play mostly on my laptop. So, unbelievable, the deal that I got, and I got lucky. But I saw reliably everywhere, the GPU that I bought was everywhere. $20 more, $30 more, about the same price, around $300. It was everywhere. So this is the GPU I think is the deal right now to buy. You think it's let me tell you, I thought about AMD. AMD makes a lot of sense. They do have the value with them. And I wanted to try AMD. But the thing is, man, the older AMDs, I think you can use FSR4 with the mods and all of that, but NVIDIA with DLSS 4, it's just the best upscaling. And that's why I went with NVIDIA again. But AMD, I was really considering AMD. Now, Intel, I didn't consider it because unless you have just 8X, some of the GPUs like 8X, so unless you have PCI Express, this is PCI Express 3, so 8X is not gonna work very well. It's gonna be bottleneck and all of that with a VRAM. So Intel was out of the picture, but I did consider AMD. But now here's what I got. I'm gonna show you the time to reveal. I'll show you it close so you can see it better. We put this right here. Now this is the box of my previous GPU. This GPU didn't come with a box. But look at the size. It's almost as big as as the case. It barely fits. It barely fits the case. We got a triple fan, absolutely huge. GPU. What do you think is this? Look at the girth. Totally overkill. I get it. That's totally overkill. But for the price, I think this was the best deal. Now look how new this is. Look how new this is. I'll give you like a close shot. Look at the metal on the GPU. Look at that copper. It's so new. Man, it's unbelievable. I literally asked the guy, bro, tell me, like, I have a YouTube channel. I want to know for the story. How old is this GPU? He told me 4 hours. Literally, it looks so new. I mean, there's no way you can clean a GPU like this. Look at the metal. There's zero rust. Zero rust. It's full of my fingerprints. Aside from that, it is so new, man. Unbelievable what I got here. Now this one, can you guess the model? We got triple fans, absolutely huge. Can you guess the model? Which one is this? Let me show you the back. I really like this back. So clean. And I already tested this. Temperatures are great. No issues. I was testing it on my 9800X3D PC. This lights up, the logo lights up. This one. So yeah, can you guess? Which one do you think it is? It's a big one. Is it a 60 class card? I mean, we have a lot of heavy heatsink right here. Is it a 70 class car? It's not a 90 class car. I mean, it would be even bigger, right? This is the RTX 3080, the original one. Let me show you. Revision 2, so this one is the low hash rate version. Gaming OC, 10 gigabytes. And it runs like a dream, let me tell you. Temperatures are absolutely beautiful, so we only need two of these connectors. We have 4 on this power supply, so no problem whatsoever. So I'm very happy with that. $300 plus, tax and fees and all of that. It is girthy. Oh man, you still have a 3070 Ti. I mean, it still works great. There was not a huge, generational improvement after the 3000 series NVIDIA. We got the mining and all of that. NVIDIA got a little bit greedy and they got super greedy. So they were not giving you a lot more for the money. So, I mean, I think for $300, just an absolute bargain right now. So yeah, let's see. Let me read the chat. We're gonna build a PC now. Now, let me take this out of the box. I'll read all the comments. Let me take this out of the box first. We got some peel to do. Here's an ASMR moment. Brand new. I've been doing a lot of this lately. I love it. This is definitely by far my best year, ever. Nothing comes even close. This is the third PC we're gonna build. I'm in heaven right now. I feel so grateful on these tough times to be able to build a PC. So yeah, let's see what we got here. Would you look at that? We got a shout out to MSI. Thank you very much for supporting the channel again. MSI is the absolute best when it comes to me as a YouTuber. The relationship with the company could not be better. It's like, I need this. Can you provide it? Yes, here it is. That's it. There's no, the only request is have the model of the product in the description of the video. That's it. There's no specific request, oh, you need to, this or that. No. There's not even a feedback. There's not even, we like the video or we didn't like the video. There's like zero. They don't say anything. It could not be better. I'm free to tell you 100% my thoughts and opinions, and it just could not be better. And on top of that, they listened to my feedback. I gave them feedback with the previous power supply. I was like, some people might be interested on installing a secondary GPU. They have their older GPU that it can now be used for frame generation, for PhysX, because NVIDIA deprecated PhysX. And you should definitely include at least another 8-pin connector for the GPU, or maybe an adapter. They did. They said, we're gonna take that to the table and see what we can do. MSI is a huge company. A huge company. The bigger the company, the longer changes might take. They did it. They did it. And I'm sure I was not the only one, but they listened to feedback. So this is just amazing. Now let's see what we got here. These are the cables. Got all the cables right here. The cables right here. And this is the reason why I chose this power supply. We have 4 PCIe Express 8-pin connectors for the GPU. So we can install here a 3090 Ti, whatever monster older GPU we want. And it also has the 12-pin, the newest connector. So here we have all the cables. We have the power cable. And we also have the screws. So we have the 4 screws for the power supply. I'm going to use these. So I'm going to get the cables out that I need. I need the power out. It's a very thick cable. Let's see how long it is. And this is something very important. The longer the better for me. Now let's see. We're going to take out the cables that we need for the build. Got a brand new sealed box. I don't want to break it. But I have to. I have to break it. Oh. Let me get this. Let's see all the cables that we got. This is the best thing about this power supply model. The connectivity that it has. So we're gonna need this one. We're not gonna use it. This is the latest 12-pin connector for the latest GPUs. This is the one I use for my 5090. But for the 5090, it is recommended 1000 plus. I'm sure you can use this for the 5090. It's gonna work. I'm sure I can swap this for my 5090 PC. It's gonna work. But of course, if you're gonna get a 5090, get more power for the power supply. There's no reason to cheap out at that point. It's a $3,000 GPU. Just go all in. But yeah, this is gonna be plenty for anything. So this is the motherboard. Got this for the motherboard. We're gonna need this one for sure. We're gonna need, let's see what else we have here. We're gonna need, this is CPU power. So for this motherboard, I only need one. I only need one of these CPU power connectors. So that's gonna be enough. Let's see what else. I'm gonna need this for the drive. So I'm gonna connect a SATA SSD. And for the controller, for the addressable RGB, so this should be enough. One of these should be enough. I'm gonna need they are labeled here. So for example, this one says CPU. So I don't need more CPU connectors, but we have another one. I'm gonna need this one, PCIe Express 8-pin connector. So we have a 6x2 connector here. So we put them together. So it's gonna be one, and I'm gonna need another one. So I'm gonna need, here it is. That's another one. PCI Express. Now this power supply again comes with 4. So let's double check that. Let's double check we have all 4 connectors. So this one is another CPU. So we have 2 for the CPU. This is more for the drives. This one I don't even remember what this is for. What is this connector for? I don't remember using this. Well, actually, Actually, I only have 2, unless I missed something. Is this? Okay, let me see. So maybe. CPU. So 2 for the CPU and 2 for the GPU, not 4. Let me see what it says here on the back. Maybe I read the specs wrong. I was expecting 4. Or maybe I'm looking at this. These are double. Oh, because these are double. That's why. These are double. So each one of these is double, so I only need 1. So it comes with 4 because these are double. I was looking at one end only, but this comes with 2. That's why. You know, that's better. It's gonna be cleaner. So you have one end for the power supply. There should be a label here. So there's not a label, but for this MSI power supplies, you see this distinctive, lines here. This is the power supply end, and this, of course, is clearly the GPU end. So we have 2. So I only need 1 cable. So that's gonna make the cable management cleaner on the back of the case, because I only need a single cable for the GPU. But we do have 2 of these. We do have 2 of these. This is the second one. So we have double PCIe Express, and then the power supply end. So I'm not gonna need this one. I'll take it back. That's it. So these are all the cables I think I'm gonna need. And I think this is, from what I've searched, I think this is the highest wattage power supply that MSI has that comes with those 4 PCI Express cables. Because the 1000 watts one is gonna come with the adapter, or you have to order it, you have to claim it. So it works too with an adapter, but it doesn't have the 4 cables. So this one is the one, if that's what you need. So I'm gonna take these cables back to the box. I really like to have these small bag here. And now let's take the power supply out. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This kind of foam. This is the kind of foam that they put on the cases, the MAG panel 100L PZ and the MAG panel 110R PZ. These panoramic cases that have glass at the front and the side. And they didn't use this kind of foam for this case, the MAG Forge 112R, because it's a front mesh case with a side glass panel. So it just has the regular white foam, but this is the high-end stuff. This is the highest end stuff. That's why I was so impressed with those panoramic cases. The packaging is like God tier. So let's take a look at this. So we have 850 watts in the 12 volt rail. So you can see there, 846 watts to be precise. So this is the power supply numbers right here. 80 plus gold. See, we don't have a button though. We don't have like a silent fan button that some of these power supplies have to stop spinning the fan if there's no load on the power supply. And here's the connectivity. This is the reason why I decided to go with this power supply over a 1000 watts power supply that they were gonna send me. I much rather have this one for this PC. So it's not always about the highest wattage. This one should work great. So yeah, let's see. Let's take it out of the box. Let me get this box out of the way. So I'm gonna get this GPU out of the way. And I read the comments. I read the comments now. I'm gonna get these cables I don't need out of the way too. And I read some of the comments. Then I'm going to install the power supply with the cables. Connect everything. And I'm not going to do any cable management until I know for sure this PC works, okay? So I'm gonna connect the power supply, slap the GPU, and turn it on and see if it works. That's what we're gonna do. So let me get this right here. Get the GPU out of the way for the final GPU slap. There you go. That's the final step. This is the okay. Let's see what's going on. Okay, let's see. Old fans and hard drives. So now this case comes with 4 pre-installed fans already. So it has 3 here in the front It's an airflow focus case. We have a mesh front with 3 fans here, addressable RGB, and an exhaust fan. And the CPU cooler is temporary. I need to know that it works first. And if it does, I hope it does, then this Monday, I'm going to get a liquid cooler that I ordered. Actually, I purchased the same liquid cooler that MSI sent me for my 5090 PC. This one right here. This is the MPG Core Liquid P13. I bought it myself because I think it's great, and I was not gonna ask MSI to send me another one. Okay, I already make the videos. That wouldn't make any sense. It would be an abuse. So I bought it myself. I think it's a great deal. I got it discounted for Black Friday too, so a no-brainer. So what I'm gonna do with that, with another of these, is I'm gonna put it on the 5800X3D PC, and then I'm gonna put the air cooler, the Noctua, huge Noctua cooler that I have on that PC. I'm gonna put that right here on this one. So this PC is gonna end up with the same huge Noctua cooler, and the problem is gonna be this RAM is not low profile, so most likely the fan that comes here is not gonna fit. And if it does, I mean, it would be incredible, but I don't think it's gonna fit. But that's okay, I can just have the center fan. We have these 3 fans in the front of the case to cool the heat sink on the right side. It should be fine. 2700 is not that, doesn't get that hot anyway. So it's gonna be perfect. So thank you very much, Matt D. I think the family deserves it. This PC is for the family. Of course, it's really for me. It makes me happy to build it for them. So it's ultimately it's for me. It's like some people think that to give is only for other people. And if you think that, it's because you've never done it before. You should definitely experience what it feels to give an amazing gift. You're gonna realize it's really for you. So you think it's not a selfish thing to give? It is, because it makes me feel great. So I do it for myself. I give every time I have the chance. I give, and my gifts are bombs. I love to be like, boom, a PS5 for a kid. You know, like holy crap! It's like, wow. You know, the dream. There you go, a big gift. So if you experience that, you're gonna be like, okay, well, this is a selfish thing that I like to do, because you feel great. It feels better to give than to receive. And we are in the holiday season, so think about that. It's just the best feeling. Yeah, we're gonna get some HDD here. I mean, I don't think the family needs a lot of storage, but I want to get my HDD out of the 5090 PC because it is so quiet. I don't want to have the HDD noise anymore. I click on the mouse and I feel like, you know, every time I turn off the PC, you know, it's like I hear it over everything else. I want to get rid of the HDDs on the 5090 PC. But I want to use them, so I might put one HDD here, and I'm going to put an SSD. Now here's the thing. There's another package that is arriving tomorrow from MSI, and I don't know what it is. I know the weight is 0.5 pounds. So what happened is I asked MSI for an M.2 SSD, and they initially said yes, but then they check their inventory, or you know, the allocation, and they didn't have one. So they said, no, we cannot provide it at this time. So I don't know if they found one and they're sending it. They didn't say anything. But tomorrow there's something coming from MSI that is half a pound. So I have to guess it's an M.2 SSD, but you know, they put a half a pound, and it's not accurate. Anything below 1 pound, it's not gonna be accurate on the shipping label. But yeah, The other thing I can imagine, it might be the adapter for the power supply, but I don't think so because the adapter was through the website, was through the MSI center. I asked them, actually, can you send me the adapter? And they said, no, we don't manage that. We don't deal with that. You have to apply like everyone else. So I did. So I don't know what it is, but I wish it's the M.2 because if it's the M.2, it's gonna fix a big problem for me. Okay. So let's see how it goes. I'll let you know. I'll show you for sure. Oh, you just got a 3072. I mean, I think that is the deal. To get the older GPUs right now on the used market, you get better performance for your money for sure. You just have to find a good one, of course, good conditions. I just want to say you're awesome. I link you to my friends about what real passion is. Well, thank you, man. 3070 Ti is a great GPU. It's a girthy GPU. Yeah, I wanted to get a 9070 XT. Really, I thought about it, but it was too much. Too much and overkill. Totally overkill for the CPU that I have. Will I still be able to build a decent PC for $3,000 5 years from now? Yeah, man. I think less than that. I think still $1,500 and below. That option will always be there. The thing is, when you want to get the 4K gaming, it's always gonna be like 4K plus is always gonna be hard because the games, they keep being more and more demanding. So yeah, the RAM right now is crazy. They're out of control. I mean, I bought the RAM that I bought for my 5090 PC. It was a recommendation from George. George told me, hey, get this RAM. It's gonna be compatible with your 9800X3D CPU. And right now it's a good price. Trust me, bro. And I'm like, man, it's expensive still. I paid $270 or $280 for 64 gigabytes of DDR5 CL30. 6000 CL30. And it went from 260, I think I paid, plus tax and all that, to 560. So the price more than double. $300 more. We're talking about a month ago. Today, $300 more. That is absolutely crazy. I've never seen anything like that. Hopefully that doesn't happen with GPUs. But if it does, I'm telling you, right now, $300 for a 3080, a steal, bro. Absolute steal. So let's get into it. I'm gonna get this power supply connected. Let me see if I have to. I don't have to. So what I'm gonna do is remove this side panel. I have these two screws here. Remove the side panel. And we're gonna just slide it right here. Man, let me tell you, if this PC works, if it turns on, I'm gonna be the happiest man alive. Because I'm telling you, this PC was, for me, it was dead. And can you imagine, I mean, what I felt the day that I broke this 2700 CPU? I was devastated, okay? It was a mistake. It was a mistake. And I was like, yeah, there's no way I can fix the CPU. And I did. I hope I did. But the thing is, I'm not even sure about the motherboard because I was updating the BIOS. I'm not sure if I break the motherboard with updating it back and forth and all of that. So I'm not even sure if this is gonna turn on, man. If it does, I'm gonna be so happy. let's see. So we got some mesh at the bottom. Let's go. Gonna get this power supply. I don't want to get my fingerprints all over it. It looks so beautiful. Look at that dragon. I love the dragon. MAG. So the fan is gonna go to the bottom, right? This has to go to the back. There's no other way. Now, before I get the power supply in, let me connect all the cables. It's gonna be a lot easier to connect all the cables from here. So let me lower this. Disconnect everything. Let me give you a close look. See how the cables go. Let's go. So I'm gonna go with the biggest cable. This is the 24-pin motherboard, absolutely huge cable. So the power supply end of the cable is just massive, absolutely massive. So we're gonna start with that. I'm like, let me get a little bit farther so I have some space. Okay, let's go. This one is, there's only one way. Actually, this cable has, it has this, you can detach. I wonder why. Maybe for some, well, I don't know, why would you be able to detach this? This goes to a power supply end. Maybe if you don't need it. I don't know. I do need it though, so it's fine. No, actually, this goes to the motherboard. I'm wrong. So let me read. So 24-pin ATX 24-pin, ATX 24. Oh yeah, this too. Let me see. Yeah, this one goes here and this one goes here down. Oh wow, wait. What is going on here? So this one goes down, this one goes up like this. Huh. That's weird. Like this. So this is the motherboard side. This is the power supply side. Yeah, I know it's the power supply side because of these lines. So I have to, how do I separate this cable a little bit? I have to like sandwich this like this. So this one goes on top. Let me connect it first. There it goes. Now this one has to go down. They fit like that. Not a lot of room for wiggle. Get the lighting here better. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't do this every day, but this is the first time I see this connector being separated like that to the top and bottom. But it works. It works. I don't see any. It just fits exactly. There's no room. But it looks like a bunch of cables coming out. It's just two, like 1, 2, 3, and 4 separate cables. That cable sucks. So you just did a build with this power supply? Yeah, this cable is strange. I have never seen something like this before. I wonder why they, because it looks so, it looks like it has four separate, so look at this. It has four separate sections, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've never seen that before. So when you connect this to the motherboard, well, it's not gonna look like 4 because you can just do this. Make it look like 2. Put them together like this. But yeah, it's kind of weird. I've never seen this before. Well, yeah, that's what we have. I mean, it just needs to work. So on this build, we have 16 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. Not too crazy. Right now, the price is not that expensive for those. Only the DDR5 RAM is super expensive. Then we have a Ryzen 7 2700, RTX 3080, 10 gigabytes, and 1 terabyte SSD for now. Unless we get something else soon, tomorrow, let's see. So this is gonna be this is one PCI Express connector. So I'm gonna go, and I know the labels are, you know, I mean, let me do this. I have to reverse it later, but you can read the labels better like this. So we're gonna connect this is CPU and PCI Express. They are, you can use either or on any of these. CPU, PCI Express, CPU, PCI Express, we have 3. So we're gonna use all of them. But for the GPU, I'm gonna use this one and the one below. Well, actually, I only need one. So I'm gonna use this one and now we're gonna go with the CPU. These cables make the 1250GS feel like luxury. My 1250GS has this black, they are separated. They are not together like this. They are separated black, shiny cables. But really, I don't have an issue with these. I think they look good, actually. I like how they look. They're more minimalistic. Now, this construction right here looks kind of weird, but no one is going to look at that. It's going to be inside the PC. Now, this one here, this 24-pin connector, let's see how that looks after I connect it to the motherboard. But yeah, I mean, definitely the 1250GS is a much higher end power supply. So let's see. You got it. Connected. Now this is for the addressable RGB controller, the fans, and the SATA SSD that I'm gonna use. I might have to use another one depending on the cable management, but this is enough for everything I'm gonna connect, so hopefully I can figure it out. SATA and Molex. I'm gonna separate it. So if I need to unplug it and plug it back, I have a space here to put my finger. So if I put all the cables together, it's harder to separate them. to disconnect them. So this space here, I like it. And that's it. That's all we're gonna need, I think, for now. So I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna flip it and put it inside the case. Flip it. Now I wonder why this is upside down. I guess. I think they should have it. Most cases would have the fan at the bottom, right? Yeah. So if you have the fan to the outside like this, the branding is upside down too. So I'm thinking, how does this become readable if you have the power supply on the opposite side of the case? I think they should flip this branding. They should flip it. But anyway, and this too. This should be flipped too, so I can read it. When I put the power supply, I can read it. But I don't know, maybe there are some other cases where it makes more sense to have it that way. So I'm gonna try to slide this in without scratching it, without damaging the power supply. Let's see. We have the we got it in. Now the case came with the screws, but I'm gonna use the screws that came with the power supply better. You see where I put them? Put them. All right. Right here. I saw at the store, talking about cables, I saw cables that have the addressable RGB. That is like next level, I mean. And then you have animation on the cables, so the cables can be different colors and they can animate going in or going out. That is crazy. I mean, I can definitely see people wanting that. But man, that's like next level. You want the cable to have animation? Welcome to Las Vegas. It's like your PC is like Las Vegas showcase. With this screws to hold the power supply. Now, one thing I want to know with this case is if the power supply is blocking one of the holes to get access to connect some of the cables on the motherboard. Because the previous case, that's one issue that I had with that case. One of the holes was blocked by the power supply, and that doesn't make sense. So that's a design flaw in my opinion. So let's see if that happens with this case. So the case I'm talking about where that happens is the MAG 110RPZ. So MAG panel 110RPZ, which I really like the case overall. Now I have to say that case costs the same as this one right now, $80. I would definitely get that case over this one because it is bigger. It supports a 360 AIO at the top, and you know I really like the fish tank style case. But this one is it has the mesh front, so the temperatures should be better. The airflow should be better. I mean, it has to. So let's see. We got this. Got this connected. Now I'm going to take the side panel, the glass, the tempered glass panel. Let me take it off. I'm gonna show you. This motherboard PCB is actually Noctua color. It has this orange Noctua. You'd rather use the ugly, the ugly cables than the RGB. I mean, for me, RGB is very nice to just set it up and enjoy it for a moment. But when I am in a dark room watching my TV, I don't want any lights. I turn them off completely. And I definitely don't want colorful light, because any color on the light is going to change the way we perceive colors on the TV. So I don't want that. Now, by the way, let's see how long is this cable. You know, one thing I wish all the power supplies had a much longer cable. For some reason, it seems like the bigger the power supply, the more wattage, the cable is shorter and thicker. That makes sense. Let's see how big is this one. It seems like to be the same length as usual. It's like, see if I put my arms, let's see if I can show you. If I put my arms, if I stretch my arms like this, that's it. That's how big it is. Me stretching my arms. That's very short. I wish they were a lot bigger. But well, we just move the chassis and that's it. I mean, one good thing about this chassis is small and it's light. So I mean, I really like a huge chassis because, you know, it gives you a lot of space for anything you want to do. But ultimately, if you need to move the PC or something, or maybe you want to have the PC on top of the desk, the bigger the PC, the less space you have for yourself. This PC is very small. The chassis is very small. It's not small form factor, but it's tiny in comparison with other cases. But yeah, I really love the huge cases. When I go to Micro Center or Best Buy, especially Micro Center, they have so many cases that are absolutely huge. We're talking about, you know, $400 plus cases, and I really like to look at them. Yeah. In the past, I would have never thought about buying them, but now I would really enjoy having one. That's for sure. So yeah, let's see. This motherboard is gonna go through. Well, let me take the tempered glass panel. It's just 4 screws. Well, let me show you. I mean, I'm gonna connect this later anyway. Let me unplug this. You know, plug this connector. Now, one thing I'm gonna say about this power supply that I like over the 1250 GS that I got is that this power connector here has screws. So the reason why I like that is because I actually damage a little bit this connector on the 1250 GS because I moved the, you know, basically the cable is here in the way and I'm passing by and I move the whole PC. The PC is super heavy, so I think I damaged it a little bit. So this is kind of loose. And I said, man, I don't recommend this power supply just because of that. And I think this would solve the problem. This design, having 2 screws, that could solve the problem, because if you have an issue like that, maybe you can just replace this thing and that could take care of it. So I like this idea of having 2 screws to take care of that. I think that's a good idea. But maybe not. Maybe the best idea is to have a better build quality so that never happens. But of course, we can physically damage anything, especially these fragile PC components. I'm sure if I do that to my 5090, the cable, it will definitely melt. We have this. Now you have to be very careful when removing this glass panel because it's gonna fall. You have to hold it in place. These screws have a rubber material, so that's gentle for the glass and maybe for the vibrations. But you have to make sure you hold it here because it will drop and then it will break. This is really fragile. It's glass. It is not plastic. It doesn't look shiny because it still has the peel. It has a peel on the outside and a peel on the inside. But I'm gonna wait until I finish building the PC to remove that, of course. You can see it has the peel right here. It's glass. So let me get this out of the way so I don't accidentally break it. Now, I'm gonna get all the cables. I'm gonna get all this mess situated so I can connect it. Okay, so we'll start with a 24 pin. It's the biggest cable. Let's get it situated. So I'm not gonna go crazy with the cable management because I'm gonna make sure it works first. I'm gonna get this through this hole. So it's gonna go through this hole right here. Now we're gonna get this is CPU. So CPU is gonna go through this hole at the top. We only need one. Now, this is GPU. So the 8-pin connector for the GPU. We're gonna go through this hole. I'm gonna go through this hole right here. This is a very important moment for the cable management to decide which hole you're gonna use. Now, let's see what else. We have these for the drives and all that. I'm gonna keep this right here. This is the SATA cable for the top panel of the case. This one needs to go to the bottom. My motherboard has, let me see where it has this cable. Yeah, I think it has that cable right here at the bottom. Now, this is a problem on this case too. The power supply is blocking one of the holes that we have to put the cables through to connect to the motherboard. This is a design flaw. Maybe there's just no way to have enough space. But if there's no way to have space, then the hole should not be there. That's a problem because now I only have one hole at the bottom to put the cables through. And that makes the cable management more ugly, right? Now I could get the power supply out then put this cable into the hole, and then put the power supply back. But then to remove this cable, I would have to remove the power supply. So it's not something I want to do, but it is a possibility. For now, I'm gonna put it through this hole at the bottom. So this hole at the bottom is gonna be very busy. Very, very busy. We're gonna need to connect all the light from the front panel. So let's see. Now we have addressable RGB from the controller. I only have one addressable RGB port on this motherboard. So I have to put this cable through this hole. Through this hole. This is where the addressable RGB is. I'm gonna have this go below the USB. Let's see what else we have. We have all the fans, so 3 fans at the front, PWM for these fans, and we need power. So we need the SATA power here for the controller and for the drive. Now I'm going to use, for these 3 fans at the front, I'm gonna use the adapter that came with this case. It has an adapter of three of these for the fans. There's 3 of these, and then this one goes to the motherboard. So my motherboard doesn't have a lot of these fan connectors. Plus, it's gonna make the cable management better. So I'm gonna connect all these 3 fans. This is the PWM to control the speed of the fans. So we're not gonna have fine tuning. If we do this, all the fans are gonna run at the same speed, but that's fine. That is perfectly fine. Well, no, actually not. Oh yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this is for this. But there's like there's an additional. Oh wow! Wait a minute. What is going on here? Wait a minute. Why do I have? Can you tell me why do I have three pins here? There's one missing, and then there's one that has all 4 pins. And of course, these PWMs are only going to need 2 of the pins. But why do I have that? So which kind of fan would need 3 pins, or which fan would need 4 pins? The ones I have here, they only need 2. If I'm using this right, I think this is what this is for. It makes sense. Now I only have 1 for the motherboard. Okay, let me read the comments. So, you pissed off the 24 pin cable. Let's see, Asus ROG Lucky Platinum SFX power supply. What's the wattage? And what are you connecting there? Yeah, I'd rather use this OLED. Okay. Okay, so this one is gonna go to, let me see, this motherboard has PWM right here close to the top. We have CPU at the very top right here. We have fan right here. It's gonna go through this hole. That's it. I'm gonna put the whole thing through this hole, but of course I'm gonna, after I connect the cables, I'm just gonna throw them back to the case. I'm doing this so I can close this back for now, and then turn it on. See what else we have. That's it. This is a fan, one of the fan cables. So now we have, this is the hardest thing to connect to the motherboard. This LED, small LED suckers. This one, sometimes you have to go and read the motherboard manual if it's not labeled correctly on the motherboard, but at least it is labeled on the cable here. So these ones are gonna go to the bottom of the case. It's gonna go through this hole, this bottom hole. Like that. And now this one is audio. This is for the audio of the top of the case. This one goes to the bottom of the motherboard. It goes ideally through this hole where actually it fits. So this hole, at least I can say on this case, at least it might be able to fit this cable. on the other one, it didn't fit this cable either. Or maybe not. Oh yeah. On the other case, on the MAG panel 110R PZ, this hole wouldn't even fit this cable, I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah, this one at least fits that. I would put this. I'll take care of the cable management later. That's fine. Now this is the exhaust fan. Let's see if I have another fan connector somewhere. I do. They are at the bottom of the case. Let's see if I have enough. This motherboard doesn't have a lot of fan connectors. I'm glad I was able to use that adapter for the 3 fans at the front, because there's not a lot of options on this motherboard. This is a B450 Aorus Elite motherboard. Gigabyte Aorus Elite. Now, I don't see more fan connectors. Okay, let me look at. So this is it. This is the last one. I'll figure out where I can connect this one. Now let me connect the power. So power for the controller. It's gonna be. So we have the drive here, the controller here. So the controller, I'm gonna connect it on the second one. This is the power for the addressable RGB of the fans. You have 3 fans at the front, 1 at the back. And actually, One thing I like about this controller is that we still have plenty of addressable RGB headers. Because so we have two available addressable RGB headers on this controller that are empty. So I'm gonna use one of them in this case for the CPU, for the addressable RGB of the CPU. So I don't need to use, let me see. I know, because this one is a 4-pin. So the CPU doesn't have addressable RGB. It has a 4-pin. It's just an RGB connector. Well, I found the fan connector that I needed. It's right here on this side at the bottom. So yeah, I need to keep the, because I was gonna say I could connect the CPU RGB here, but it's only RGB. It's not addressable RGB. So the addressable RGB have 3 pins and the RGBs have 4 pins. Now I was gonna say each one of these addressable RGB cables have another one. So yeah, we have 4 available addressable RGB things that we can connect here. And yeah, I don't even need that, but it's there. So we got power for the controller. I need power for the drive, but before I need the drive, so let me get the drive out of my PC. Well, actually, that's gonna be a problem because my PC is on. I forgot about that. Is it okay if I think it should be okay if I just unplug the drive from the PC even when it is on right now? That should be fine, right? It's not ideal, but what do you think about that? I forgot the SATA SSD. It's right now on the PC that I am using for the live stream. And it is on. I cannot turn it off because the live stream will go off. So I think it should be safe. It's fine. Okay. We have someone here with experience. It's fine. Okay. We have a PC builder here. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do it because I forgot to remove it. So let me show you that part. Man, I'm so proud of the cable management I did on this one. It's like next level. I'm gonna show you. It's on right now. So I'm gonna have to, and this is my pride right here. You open this door and everything looks beautiful. The cable management is like a piece of art that I did here. Let me get this slowly so I don't mess it up. But this should be easy because it's just this door that's gonna open and the drive is right there. I'm gonna do it very slowly. Also, no, this is the mechanical drive. The one that I need is the SSD, which is down here. You know, the thing is I have to be moving all the cables. Oh man, I don't like that. Let me see, where's the screw to remove this? I think no, the screw is right here. Let me do this. I'm gonna see if I get access to the screw. Yeah, the screw is right here. Let's see if I can just use my hands to remove that screw. Hopefully I don't get electrocuted. The screw is right here. Let's see if it's soft enough so I can use my hands to. Yeah, it's soft enough so I can. I'm glad I didn't tie this screw that strongly. So I'm removing the screw so I can move the drive out. Before I try to remove the connectors. Is that enough or do I have to? Let's see how this works. I forgot. I mean, I have a long screwdriver here that I can use, but I mean, this works. You just get the screwdriver in here. I should put a disclaimer, do not do this at home. PC is on, and you're putting a screwdriver. Kind of dangerous. Okay, I got it. Got it out. So now should be able to remove these. I don't remember how it goes out though. Let's see. Why is this not moving? I forgot how this contraction works. Let me look at it. I have another one here. Let me unplug this one to see how it works. So this goes out. Yeah, so it goes out this way. Put this one later. So it goes out this way. I have to lift it. Yeah, there you go. Got it. Now I'm going to need to get the SATA cable too. There you go. Mission accomplished. I do need the SATA cable though. Let me put this one back. I'll do it later. I'll put this one back later. Let me just get the screws out and I need a different screwdriver for this. Let's see if this one's better. No. Let me get another screwdriver. I'm safe. I survived, So far, we still need to take the SATA out. Mini ITX are much more harmful. Okay, but let me get a screwdriver here. I need a... I'm gonna get this smaller. Oh man, this is all dirty, man. I have my hands clean. Let me get a cleaner screwdriver. There you go. This one's cleaner. Can you imagine a future where we can say plasmastore.com? You can buy it on the plasmastore.com. Okay, let's see if this one works. I'm gonna save these small screws. This is a 1 terabyte SSD. This is the Crucial MX 500, I think. It's like 3 years old, I think. It's the one I'm gonna use for now. MX 500. Now, let me get the I'll get these two things connected back later. Save them right here. Now I need my SATA cable. Now that's gonna be a problem, because that SATA cable is cable managed. Oh, actually no, I don't need that SATA cable right now, because I have another one. Yeah, I have another one. So I don't need to remove it. That would be a problem, because it's not that I cannot access the front of the case. The problem is that cable is, it's interlaced with a bunch of other cables, so to remove it is gonna be too much. The PC is on. I don't want to get electrocuted. I don't want my 5090 to blow up, basically. Well, live, I don't want that to happen. So that's fine, I have another one. Have another SATA cable. I think I remember where it is. We'll find out. So that is what I need. So I'm gonna put this SATA cable right here and get this out. It's just one screw for this plate to come out. Now I don't like this. See, this is moving significantly. When I'm doing pressure to remove the screw, this metal is a little bit flimsy. This metal is a little bit flimsy. And the thing is, that screw is super, super tight. Let me see if I have. That screw is super tight. They just tighten that screw way too much. Not necessarily, because I mean this, you don't need any force there at all. Okay, let's get this out. So this comes out like this. I like that system. Put this. Gonna put this drive right here. Just like that. No, I think I'm gonna. No, I have to put it like this because the screw is right here at the top. So I need the cables to be free. If I have the cables here, I cannot screw this back. So I'm gonna screw this drive. Just like this. These screws are very small. I think the case came with motherboard-like screws for these. I'm not sure if that would work. I would have to check. But that's fine, I have them here already. There you go. Let me see if it is a straight. It is not, it's all bent. Soften the screws a little bit so I can put this straight. Because we're gonna go crazy with the cable management. If this works, if this PC turns on, let me tell you, I'm gonna be so happy, man. Because it's like I saved this PC. It was dead. The CPU had all the pins bent, and I, like a surgeon, like a CPU surgeon, I fixed this PC. I will be so happy. I will be more happy about this PC build than anything else. Because it's gonna be a gift for my people. It's a PC that was not being used. Good CPU that was probably gonna be forgotten and never used again. I like this system though. I think this design here, very smart. Because it goes in and you do not even need the screw here. This design here is very good. That's it. Now, I'm gonna get power for the drive. I'm gonna use this one. Or maybe, I'm gonna use this one because there's nothing else I need to connect to this cable. So I can already hide it in the basement. There's nothing else I need to connect, so I'm gonna use the easiest. I should have connected this before. That's fine. It's gonna go like this. goes to the left. Goes to the left. There you go. This going in well. Wait, let me see. So yeah, that's how it goes. What am I doing wrong here? That's how it goes. I'm doing it right. I should have done this before connecting the drive. I mean, I can remove it and do it again. It's not a big deal, but there you go. That's in. That's it. So I can already hide this whole cable on the basement for now. At the end, I'm gonna make sure all the cables are beautifully arranged, like a piece of art. But I just want to turn it on, make sure it works. Okay, so now I'm going to close the back. I'm not gonna close the back yet. Let me make sure I can connect everything just in case I need to access. I need the SATA cable. I would need to go upstairs for that, so I'm gonna do that at the end. Disconnect everything. Okay, let's see, we got some comments. I need a new SSD too. My my big RX 6800 is blocking all my SATAs. Yeah, it's right here. Some motherboards have all the SATAs right here. Kind of on the way out. If it's too thick, it gets on the way. So I like this when you can connect it from the side. How did it bend? Okay, let me see. How did it bend? Did the CPU get glued? Yeah, it got glued to the glue. The thing is, the reason why the CPU bent was because I was trying to use this motherboard. This is a B450 Aorus Elite. I had the 2700, this CPU, and I upgraded to the 5800X 3D, right? Massive upgrade. But this motherboard needed to be updated. So I did. And when trying to update the motherboard, it was not working. So you're supposed to update, remove the CPU, put the new one. It was not working. And I did that back and forth like 3 times. Tried to redo the update. It was not working. So the PC got cold. And I didn't remove the thermal paste. I think that was my mistake. If I remove the thermal paste just to test that it works, it doesn't matter if the CPU gets hot. It's fine. I just need to know that it works. And then after I know I'm sure it works, then I go and put the thermal paste. That's what I should have done. But things got sticky, and I had the huge Noctua air cooler. That's the problem too. It's a huge cooler, so you don't have room for anything. So trying to remove that huge cooler, the CPU got glue and I bent all the pins. It was bad, let me tell you. Check out the live stream where I fixed the CPU with a razor blade. So you see how bad it was. The CPU pins were completely bent in every single corner. It was really bad to the point that I thought it was impossible to fix, and I was blown away. I was able to fix it. And so easily, actually. The pins in the back of the CPU are very soft, actually. Very easy to bend back into place. Absolutely incredible. So now let's start connecting some things here. This is the addressable RGB from the controller. This one's gonna go right here. This is a very fragile connector. I have to make sure it's in before you try hard, because you can easily break it. And by the way, that is the only thing I remember ever breaking on a PC, so that's like, it was sad, man. But we're gonna recover from that big time. It's gonna be a huge comeback. If this PC works, from breaking it to fixing it, that's gonna feel amazing. So let's see if we did it. Got the addressable RGB connected. Now let's go with the motherboard. This is absolutely huge. Now, one thing is sometimes these 24 pin connectors for the motherboard are so hard that I'm afraid to have to remove them in the future. So let's see how this goes. When I tried the MSI power supply on the MSI motherboard, it was perfect. Like it absolutely, they calculated the tolerances, so it works just perfect. So it was not even hard to remove or to put in. But this is an MSI power supply with a gigabyte motherboard. So that might not be the case. So let's see how it goes. See if it goes in easily or with a lot of power. That seemed to be easy, at least the first part. Let's see. Let me see, let me get this closer here. I don't want to push it down to not bend the motherboard. It's going down, but I haven't clicked it yet. I think it hasn't clicked yet. See, if you do force, you bend the PCB. I don't want to bend the PC. I heard a click. Let me just check. Yeah, it was not that hard, especially the beginning. The beginning was soft, but that last end, I think I was just doing force for no reason, but maybe, let me see. Yeah, it did enter. Well, it's all the way. It's all the way. I'm just making sure. It did work. That's fine. I'm not gonna do any cable management for now. So we got, let's see where we are gonna connect these. This is for the fans, 3 fans at the front, PWM. That's it. I'm gonna get the rest to the back. Now this is the exhaust fan I'm gonna connect it right here. Let me see what's the label. System fan 1. System fan 1, and this one is the system fan 2. Okay. So system fan 2 for the 3 fans at the front of the case, and system fan 1 for the exhaust. I don't see. Let me take a closer look here. It's harder to do in this vertical position because I don't see well. You just have to be patient. Let's see what I'm doing wrong here. There you go. That's it. So we got system fan 1, exhaust, system fan 2, intake. Now we're gonna connect the 8-pin for the CPU. This one is gonna have the notch at the top. So I want to get it this way. Again, this is a lot easier to do if you just lay down the motherboard, the case. But yeah, we are here already, it's not that hard. Okay, let's see. Got it. That one is in. Now audio. Let's see if I remember where that is. I think it was somewhere over here. USB, USB, USB. So this is just a USB. So this one, no, this is not USB. No, this one goes here on this last one. Actually, it says audio on the motherboard. So it is the top left corner of the motherboard. And there's one pin that is sealed on the cable. So that sealed pin is at the top left corner. So this one is gonna go like this. Now this one I feel more comfortable doing force in because the screw is right there. The screw of the motherboard is right there. So it's fine to do some force right here. Now, can you see this? Yeah, we need to have patience. Happened to me twice, but only with stock cooler and stock paste. So you broke the CPU. I mean, if you do this every day, one day, I mean, it's gonna happen one day. It's the thing that sucks is when you spend your money and then it happens to you. Maybe if you're working as a system integrator, the company takes the hit. But if you spend your own money, it's like, oh man, you just ruined I mean, how much was this CPU? I think I paid $280 when it released. I don't remember exactly, 260, maybe even $200, I think. I don't remember how much it was, honestly. This is USB 3. Now, let me tell you, this USB 3 is so, I mean, sometimes it is so tight with the motherboard that I'm afraid to ever remove it from the motherboard. It is that tight. I remember that was definitely the case with the Chinese case that I bought before. So let's see how it goes with this one. Hopefully it's not that tight. I'm gonna bend the cable. It says USB 3.0 very clearly on the motherboard port here. This is not, I need to bend the cable from here. That's not great. I don't like I'm not liking at all the space I have for there. For now, I can do this and bend it a lot. Can do this for now, but it's not elegant. That click. So I think I can take it out like this for now. Now let's see. This is for the GPU. Now these are the hardest one. These suckers for the lighting at the front. Let me see if I remember how to connect these. Where to connect these. This go here, this go here on all these colors right here. I have to, it is not labeled. I have to check the manual of the motherboard because this is like a colorful port that is not labeled. It doesn't say, you know, which one is HDD, LED, reset, powered. So I have no clue where this goes unless I check the manual. So I have to go for the manual for this one. So let me leave this for the end. Let's see if there's anything else I need to connect here. No, CPU fan is connected. Let me just get all the cables to the back. All the unnecessary cables, let me get them. I'm gonna hide all the cables on the back. I'm gonna close. Oh, before I close it, I need to get the manual of the motherboard and the SATA cable. They're gonna be on the same place, luckily. I know where they are. I'm not gonna care about cable management right now, but I don't want to have this. I don't want to have this fan cable in the way, and to get it underneath the. Well, that's fine for now. I'll figure that out later. That's fine for now. That's it. Everything is connected, but the GPU and this. Now let me go for it. I have to find the manual. Pins got bent back in place and work after. Okay, CPUs were fine. Well, I hope my CPU is fine. But you know, I'm not only concerned about the CPU, actually, I'm concerned that I bricked the motherboard trying to update the firmware. That's my number one concern. I am hopeful that the CPU is gonna be fine because I was able to align the pins very well without damaging it. But the motherboard maybe is bricked because of the updates that didn't work and the back and forth. I don't know. That's what has me concerned. But let's see. Maybe it's gonna work. It'll be amazing. This works. I'm gonna be so happy, man. Because it's like I save a PC and I have a gift for the family. So that's double win. Big win. If this works, it's gonna be a huge win. So let me go for the motherboard manual and the let's see, where do I have these? Let me see, maybe I have it somewhere here. Where's the motherboard? I might have it right here. One of these boxes. What I did with the case boxes is I put all the motherboard, GPU boxes, and all the rest of the boxes I put them inside the case boxes. So I think it's right here. This is the X570 motherboard box, and I do have both manuals right here, and I think I have the SATA cable too. Let's see. This is the Wi-Fi antenna. I'm gonna have to go upstairs for the SATA cable. So this is the motherboard. So I'll be right back. At least I have the manual. So this is the motherboard. This is the motherboard that I'm using. B450 Aorus Elite. So let me go for the SATA cable. I'm gonna be right back. No, it was not where what I thought it was. I think I know where it is now. Let's see. Should be on the. Be right here. If it's not on this one, should be. I think I put it on the power supply box for some reason. Let me see. See, this is the. Let me show you. This before I. This power supply. This is the one I'm using for the 5090. This is one of the power supplies that MSI is giving the adapter from the 12 pin to two 8-pin connectors. So for the new revision of this power supply, when you buy it, it's gonna already come with that adapter, because this thing has two 12-pin power connectors. But if you already bought it, you can claim your free adapter, and that's what I did, and that adapter should be coming at some point. I'll make a video about it too. So I think that was a great move from MSI. That was a great move. Free adapter. And I'm thinking, if I don't find that cable, this is not here either. If I don't find that cable, I can still turn on the PC without a drive. I just need to know that it works. I'm not gonna install Windows now anyway. I wanted to find it. But now I don't know where it is. I have no idea. Let me check. The CPU cooler box, maybe. So I always save all the boxes, and then I start putting things inside the boxes, and I forget which box I use to save the thing. Let's save this right here. No. Well, I'm just gonna power it on without a drive, and then I'll figure it out where that is. I know for sure I have one extra cable. I know for sure. Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. I know where it is. It's right back. It's supposed to be right here somewhere. here it is. These are the blue ones. I don't want to use these blue ones. Should be here. Oh man, that's okay. I'm just gonna turn it on like this, and then I'll find it later. That's okay. I'll find that. Let's see. Nice board. I'm still rocking an MSI B350 with a 5070X3D. Well, that's like the ultimate AMD, fine wine PC build. You got the earliest motherboard rocking the latest CPU. I mean, it doesn't get any more extreme than that. MSI even released new BIOS in September for that motherboard. Oh yeah, because the 5700X3D is very new. I think it was the last CPU, the last AM4 CPU, right? That's incredible. AM4 really the best platform ever. Yeah, but you know what happened? Now the 5800X3D is like $1,000, $900 to $1,000. That doesn't make any sense, of course. I mean, you can just get the 9800X3D at that point. But yeah, MSI is supporting everything. What do you is $10,000? It is worth $10,000 regardless. All my PCs from now on are $10,000. I don't care about the price exactly. It's about the worth. How much do you think it is? Jensen said $10,000, and that's it. That's exactly how much my PC is. So you got it from AliExpress. I have never purchased anything from AliExpress. Sounds kind of scary. Okay, let's see. So here this is supposed to be the diagram for these small pins that I need to connect. Let me make sure this is the one. So number 20. This has a label. It actually says number 1. No, this might not be the one. Let me look at the. There has to be a pin. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Number 13. This is the one I need to use. This is what I need. Front panel. This is what I need. So now this one, let me look at a picture where I can see all the numbers to make sure this is number 13. Okay, here it is. Yes, that's right. So this is number 13, top, like bottom right corner of the motherboard. And I'm gonna look at all these small connectors. So let's see, where do I connect? So hard drive activity LED. That's gonna be at the bottom left. And there's a positive and a negative sign. So I have to be precise with that. It needs to be positive to the left. So this thing goes like this. So the positive to the left. Then reset switch, positive to the right. Let's see, where's the reset? So reset is right here, but it's not labeled which one is positive or negative. So I have to guess it's gonna go in the same direction as this one. It's gonna go to this side. Huh. Kind of weird. then we have, see what else we have. We have power switch. So power switch, that's gonna be at the top, at the bottom right. There's 3 pins for that power switch. 2 negative, 1 positive. In this case, we only have 2 pins, so I guess it goes like this. So I think these all go together. HDD, reset, and power, they all go together at the bottom, like this. Let me show you. This is like this is the hardest part of the entire thing. So these three connectors here, they go like this from the bottom left corner, and then to the top. See what else we have remaining. Power LED negative. Oh yeah, so this one power LED negative, this one goes right here. Oh man, that's just so weird. But yeah, it has to go power LED negative. Yeah, it has to go that way. So, okay, let me start connecting separately. Make sure this works, because if I connect this wrong and when I try to turn it on it doesn't work, it's gonna give me a small how can I say, on my heart, it's gonna be like small scary moment, right? So I want to make sure I connect this right so it doesn't give me the wrong feedback of trying to turn on the PC and it not working because I didn't connect these right. This is so hard. Okay, we got this two. Got this two connected. It's power LED. Oh wait, power LED positive. No, wait. Power LED positive, power LED negative. And it says power SW. No. Power SW is in a different place. Power. Huh. I don't see a power SW. I see a PW. So this is probably the PW. It's a power LED positive and negative. Okay, let me do this again. Positive and negative. Is this too small here? I show you wrong. What I show you was wrong. It goes like this. I'm telling you, man, these small pins, they have to figure this out. I'm sure the reason why they come separate like this is because the different motherboards have a different organization for these pins. They have to come together and create a standard for this. It's just too much. Too thin. You're basically connecting a single a single pin. That's too much precision in a very tight space. Okay, we got these two. Okay, I think I connect these two right. I don't remember struggling with this on the A850 motherboard. I don't remember how I did this connection, but it was not this hard. Maybe the other case didn't have the pins separate like this. Maybe it's the case. But yeah, this is by far the hardest thing to do. On the whole PC building, I think that there's nothing comes even close to this part. Okay, let's see. So we have power SW. So this power SW thing I'm reading here, I see PW, power switch. Yeah, that's what it is, power switch. So power switch is top left, second from the left. This power switch, top left, second from the left, and then there is a positive to the left. I don't know which one is positive or negative because it's not labeled on this one. So I'm gonna guess it goes like this. Okay, I think I did it right. No, one to the right. One to the right. There you go. That is right. So now I have reset switch. So the reset switch is at the bottom of the power switch. And it should go, this reset switch should go like this. Got it. Got it. Now, see what else. Last one is HDD LED. And this one is the only one that has positive and negative. Like, it's kind of a big deal if you get it wrong. So positive goes to the left. So positive to the left would be like this. So that goes to the bottom left. Now my only question, so the thing that I'm not sure about is the top ones, because the top cables are not labeled positive or negative. I don't know if it should be facing, I think, sure if I can show you this. So these, I don't know if the label part of the cable should be facing up or down. For the cables below, it is facing down. So I wonder, and I am sure it is facing down because those are labeled with a positive and negative. So I wonder if it goes in the same direction, like, you know, the label is going down for the connectors that are below. So if the label is going down for this connector, is it gonna be going down for this one too? I don't think it makes sense. It should make sense that it goes up, but I'm not sure because the connector doesn't have a positive or negative on it, and they should. Because otherwise, how do I know? I don't have a way to know if the cable doesn't tell me. Unless I read the manual of the chassis, which is right here. I think actually that wouldn't be a terrible idea. Let me check that because I don't want to try to turn it on and it's not working. Let me see. So we got a quick installation guide. Yeah, it's right here. I need to know this. This sucker's right here. So they just say, look, they just say just put them together and slap them down like that. That looks beautiful on paper. Well, that's not what I had to do because my motherboard is different, so of course it depends on the motherboard. Let's try it like that. If I got one wrong, is the reset switch. So worst case scenario, the reset switch doesn't work, but I think I definitely got right the power switch, which is the one I really care right now. That one I got it right. I'm sure I got that right because there is clearly a positive and a negative on the connector. So it's gonna turn on. If it's gonna work, it's gonna turn on. That's what I care. So let's move on. This is ready to go. I'm going to install the GPU. And the thing is, if I install the GPU, then to put the SATA cable, it's gonna be harder. Where is that SATA cable, man? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, let me read the comments. If we have any comments, let me know. So we got the, so let's see, buy the Silverstone. Okay, well, I'm missing a comment, so. I only connect the power switch with these connectors. Yeah, but I want the reset button to work. So where is missing pins you connected? There to the left on the same row. So on this one I connected the bottom left, two of the connectors, then the top left, the second from the left, and then I connected the power, which was the bottom right, second from the right, and third from the right. That's what I connected. MSI motherboard sucks. They have a super fat supplementary power cord under the bottom PCI Express 16X lane. It is nearly impossible to use that lane because that power inserts is so fat. So I don't know what you mean by that. So my A850 motherboard has that. Wait, let me see. It has that power cord at the bottom. It does. So you're saying that makes it nearly impossible to use that lane because that power insert is so fat. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean that it has less bandwidth for some of the M.2s, or I don't know about that, because the B850 motherboard that I got from MSI, the Tomahawk Max, actually has full PCIe Express 5 for the GPU and for both of the M.2s at the top of the CPU and at the bottom of the CPU. So basically you can have two Gen 5 M.2 SSDs in RAID together with full PCI Express 5 bandwidth and the GPU with full PCI Express 5 bandwidth. That's absolutely amazing. And on top of that, we have two more M.2s. Those are less. They do lose a bandwidth depending on what you have going on. So yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Let me try to find that cable, man. It has to be somewhere. Let me see. Let me see if it's... In worst case scenario, I'm gonna use a blue cable like this. But the problem is this cable, believe it or not, it is so old. This one is 3 gigabits per second. Or 3 gigabytes per second. It's not 6. So it would bottleneck the SSD. I cannot use this other than it looks absolutely horrible. I got this cable from a server, actually. There was a bunch of cables. You see that this one says 0? And I cut it. It was a piece of plastic. So this was like a bracket with 0, 1, 2, 3. And there was a bunch of them. So I got it. You know, it's a slow cable. I don't want to use that. It looks absolutely terrible too. So where is my fast SATA cable when I really need it? Let's see if I can find it. Okay, it was not on the power supply, in any of the power supplies. Let me see if it is on the liquid cooler box. Maybe it is on the liquid cooler box. That's the only one I have not checked. So I checked both of the motherboard boxes. Let me see if it's right here. By the way, I bought another of these. I said at the beginning of the stream, MSI sent this to me. I absolutely love this liquid cooler with the LCD. It's just so amazing. Super quiet. I cannot hear anything when I have them in quiet mode. It's like dead silent. And the temperatures are amazing. So I bought one myself. I didn't ask MSI, send me another one. No, I bought it myself. I think it's worth it. It's absolutely incredible. So I'm gonna have another of these on my 5800X3D PC. And then I'm gonna have the Noctua cooler right here. I'm gonna put the air cooler right here on this one. If it works. Let's see if I have the SATA cable here. Come on, man. Nope, it's not here. And I bought it in Best Buy, by the way. It was discounted like $30 off. Let me see. CPU cooler boxes checked. Maybe. I wonder if I just threw this cable by itself in the bottom of the case. I don't think I would do that, because I knew I was gonna need that cable at some point. Let's see. There's a bunch of nylons here now. Okay. So what do I have here? Oh, I think it is. Of course, I have 3 motherboards, so the third box of the motherboard, it has to be here. It has to be here. So this is the, let me show you. This is the motherboard where I have the 5090. The MAG B850 Tomahawk Max Wi-Fi. This is the one I was telling you. We have Gen 5 M.2s that you can use, you can populate, you don't lose any bandwidth. And the GPU is still Gen 5. So you have Gen 5 GPU, Gen 5 M.2, Gen 5 M.2. They can all work together. That is a highlight of this motherboard for sure. So it should be here. Let me get this. Yeah, it's right here. Finally. Here's the SATA cable. Got it. Also, man, let me tell you this. George sent me this thing for the 9800X3D. This thing is a must. Let me tell you. This is so beautiful. It's going to make the thermal paste application a piece of cake. It's a supporting bracket for the CPU. It looks so beautiful. It looks so good that I don't even want to have a cooler on top of the CPU. I wish this was, I wish I could get a transparent cooler just to look at it all day. Looks amazing. And I didn't even know that existed. So yeah. If you get one of these CPUs with this shape, yeah, this thing looks incredible. We got it. So now, okay, let me see if we got some comments. So the 3 gigabits per second SATA cable will probably do 6 gigabits with lots of signal integrity errors. Oh, really? So it will try. And the motherboard has no idea what speed the cable would be rated for. Oh, so that would be the default behavior. Oh, I see what you're saying. So basically a total mess. Wow. The M5, I think they are the only brand that uses an additional source. Oh, really? So that's an MSI thing? I didn't know. I was surprised when I saw that this motherboard had the extra. So basically what he's talking about is this motherboard has this extra PCIe Express power connector. PCIe Express 8-pin power connector for the GPU. So I was like, okay, I wonder why the GPU gets 75 watts from the PCI Express. So maybe that is to improve the power delivery for the GPU, so you don't have to rely on that. Maybe, I don't know. So MSI is the only company that has this on their motherboards. That is surprising. And what is that good for? What was the idea? And the motherboard has no. Okay. What was the idea behind that? I wonder. Yeah, let me get this box back, and we are ready to install the GPU and fire this on. I really hope it works, man. It will break my heart. Oh man. Well, it would break my bank account, not my heart. Because I would have to buy a new CPU. Oh my god. Don't do this to me. I would need to buy a CPU, a RAM, which is like even more expensive. Okay, let's see. We got all the boxes situated. Okay, let's go. Got this SATA cable. Got it flat. Now this motherboard has, let's see, SATA 1, 2, 3. It's SATA 2 and 3 are these. I think not all of them are 6 gigabits per second, by the way. Let me check just to make sure which one to use, because not all of them on this motherboard are maximum speed, and I don't remember. Okay, so let's see. SATA 0 and 1. So SATA connectors, so it is SATA 3. 0, 1, 2, and 3 are 6 gigabits per second. So 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So we have here 2 and 3. So these are good. All these are good. So I'm gonna hide it in one of these. I'm gonna hide it in one of these. See, where's the, like this. That's it. Now we're all set. I'm gonna connect that SATA to the SSD, and I'm gonna close the back so I'm not gonna connect the GPU with the case like this vertically. I'm gonna put it flat on the desk. I don't want to risk it. Also, one big problem is the GPU might sag, and I do not have an anti-sag support for the GPU. This case doesn't have it, unfortunately. The MAG Panel 100L PZ case, the one that I'm using for the 5090, does have an anti-sag bracket for the GPU, and I think that is amazing. Unfortunately, that's not the case with this one. So we're gonna have to wait for me. Get this SATA all the way in. So yeah, I'm gonna close this side panel to lay this down flat. Kind of a mess right now. I'll take care of the cable management once I know it works. Okay, so now, for now, I'm gonna try to put the cables right here so I can close the case. Well, actually, it's gonna be good. So this cable here. So it's gonna close. Let me get the side panel. This one goes like this. This is what probably many people do. Don't care about cable management. It's just whatever. Just slap all the cables in the back and screw that in. Whatever. But not me. I'm gonna take care of the cable management. It's just temporarily. Just for a moment. It's gonna be an absolute mess. But then I'm gonna take care of it. See, it's not even closing. Not even closing right. That's fine for now. I just need to lay it down to put the GPU. There it is. Now let me give you this side. I'm gonna give you this visual right here. I think it could be better from the other side. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna give you the best GPU. I'm gonna slap that GPU right there with full force. It's gonna be glorious. That's gonna be perfect. Now the GPU is big, let me tell you. The GPU is big for the case. I think it barely fits. Let me get some water. The moment of truth. You know what? I actually like this GPU doesn't get dirty. It doesn't get super dirty with your oily hands because it's plastic. So this plastic material doesn't get too dirty. And the metal part is matte. So this matte metal part, it doesn't matter if you touch it, it doesn't get dirty. So let me get this this thing. Got it from my Asus GPU. Now we're going. Oh wait! I forgot. In this case, I have to remove these first. Now let me tell you something. The worst thing about this case, by far, and it's not even close, is this part. Once you break it, that's it. You cannot take it back. At least that's what I think. Maybe if you put a screw on it, it's gonna work, but yeah, it's one of those. I think that's a miss, man. Like, how much more expensive would the case be if you were able to remove it back and forth? I don't think it would be that much more expensive. The MAG panel 110, and look, this is not good either. You see how it dropped on the motherboard? This could break the motherboard. This is bad. So the MAG panel 110R PZ, which is, glass on the side and glass on the front, same price as this case, exactly the same price. It doesn't have this. You can remove them and put them back. So I think this is a big miss. But maybe it's because this is an older case, and MSI agree with me, and they actually, did better. That's probably what it is. This is probably an older case. I would have to check the release date of this one. But yeah, I don't like this part because it makes the whole case feel like it is less premium. And it shouldn't be that way. This case is decent. But this breaks the illusion. So yeah, let's see, how do we even break this thing? You see, because let me show you what we're dealing with right here. Show you what I'm talking about here, so you. Look at this. So this thing, look at this. It's all soldered. See? That's not good, man. I don't know. How much do you save by doing this? Maybe it's not even a price thing. Maybe it's just a different way of doing it. I don't know. But I don't like this. This is like number one worst thing about this case. The rest is actually pretty good. This is not good. This is Chinese, low quality. I mean, it breaks the whole case for me. Like, if I'm gonna buy a case, I see this and I'm like, no, not this one. Let's check the other one. It's that big of a deal for me. Because this reminds me of my $30 case, and this case has nothing to do with my $30 case. This is so much nicer, and it has so much more possibilities. So why would you do a $30 case deal here if this is so much better? This case deserves better. This is not at the level of this case. But yeah, let's see how can we break it. I actually don't have a clue. Oh, it's not that hard actually. And yeah, once you break it, that's it. There's no going back. So you're gonna have a permanent hole in your case because you cannot screw this back. And actually, I realized that I should have done this before installing the motherboard, maybe. Kind of dangerous to do now. I'm running the risk of damaging the motherboard. So this is a big problem for me. I'm gonna try to push it outwards so I don't damage the motherboard. Yeah, this is a problem, man. How are you supposed to do this? What is the technique? Is there a way of doing this with the motherboard there? Just looks risky, man. I'm gonna try to. No, I cannot push it out because it doesn't go out. I might have to remove the. Man, I don't want to have to remove the motherboard now that we're here.
have to remove the motherboard because this goes. Oh, I know. The thing is, my motherboard has a piece of plastic here that it's not letting this. It's not letting this break the way. It's not letting me bend it this way, like I can do with this one. This one is breaking nicely. This is not. So you just have to wiggle it back and forth until you break it.
This is not good, man. No. Why? No. Charge $5-10 more and don't do this. Don't do this. No. But yeah, I think they agree and they fix it, because the other case is the same price, it's probably newer, and they don't do this anymore.
So they probably agree with me. But I'll let them know. I'm gonna let them know. They're probably gonna tell me, yeah, you're right. We're not doing that anymore. We just fixed that. This might be an older case. So I'll try to break this one. I'm gonna have to wiggle it as smaller because I don't have room. Now this GPU is definitely going to sag, man. This is not enough. See, this is not robust enough, I think, to hold the GPU. It might, and the GPU is, it's not the heaviest, but it is very long. So I wonder if there's something I can do about it with what I have right now, without going to a store and, you know, buying a support or something. I'll try to figure it out. But maybe in the meantime, I can keep it like this horizontally until I get an anti-sag bracket.
An anti-sag support.
Yeah, again, the problem with this is that it doesn't bend enough for me to easily break it, because
There's a piece of plastic on the motherboard that doesn't let this go all the way in. Cooler Master sells a universal vertical GPU holder kit. It's compatible with all cases, cheaper than broken bent PCB on GPU. I do have one of those from. I mean, it's not a universal, vertical GPU mounting bracket, but I do have one from this case, from the MAG panel 100L PC case, because this case comes already with the vertical mounting bracket pre-installed. So I could use that, adapt it to this thing. But the problem is the PCI Express. How much is that? The PCI Express Racer cable. Because if that's too expensive, I'm not sure I'll just buy a cheap, like the thing that came with my 5090, the MSI 5090 comes with this thing that you can regulate how high it goes, and then you just use it for the end of the GPU. I'm using it for the 3080, for the PC upstairs. That's what I'm using. How's it going, Sam Siggy? I think the Steam machine is kind of meh because it runs on Linux and you can't install crack games. Why do you think that's the case? How can you do a console like PC? I mean, that's the way. They have to try somehow, you know. But so some people think that's the whole point of PC gaming. Well, finally, I was able to break the top. Now, let's see if I can break the bottom like this. So yeah, the thing is, so my opinion about the new Steam machine is that it's too weak. It's too weak, and it's not gonna be cheap either. So that's gonna be like a $600 PC that is very, very underpowered. I mean, this PC is gonna blow that out of the water. The CPU performance, not. The Steam Machine CPU performance is gonna be better than this, but GPU performance is not gonna be even close. So, yeah, and I mean, again, I got a 3080 for $300. Anyone that already has a PC with a decent CPU gets that 3080, and that's gonna be a much better PC than the Steam Deck machine. Razer cable is included on the kit. Costs around $60. Well, that's a lot of money, $60. You can get a whole case for $60. So you can get a whole case that has the vertical mounting already, maybe. Or it comes with a supporting bracket. Now I'm just gonna get an adapter, like a anti-sag small little thing to put on the corner of the GPU. That's it. That's gonna be cheap. If otherwise, I can just invent it. I can invent that. Steam Machine is gonna be a stutter fest in AAA Unreal. Oh yeah. The thing is, you have to understand, for Unreal Engine 5 games, you need a $10,000 command center just to get 60 FPS on that crap. It's just absurd. What Unreal Engine 5 is doing with gaming, it's just absolute obliteration. I am playing with a 5090 9800X 3D. This game, Hell is Us, which is not one of the worst Unreal Engine 5 games at all. And I'm playing that game at 100 frames with DLSS performance. Okay, DLSS performance on a 5090 at 4K. That is upscaling from 1080p, is struggling to get 100 frames per second. And it looks like garbage in motion. That game is just broken in motion. Very unfortunate, because the game is actually very good. So yeah, Unreal Engine, forget about it. Steam Machine is not gonna run that at all. Why do I buy a 5090 if I can run every game at 300 FPS 4K? That's the thing. I mean, see, what people need to understand is that ultimately it's all about the games. And a game running slow, there's no merit on that. You can learn how to use Unreal Engine 5, like watch a YouTube tutorial or something in one day, and you can create something in Unreal Engine 5 that would completely tank the 5090. And there's nothing going on the screen. So you can create some Unreal Engine 5 slop very easily. See, the merit of the games is looking amazing and running very fast. That's what really matters. So if you have a 5090 and you're playing a game that runs at 100 FPS with DLSS performance, you are not getting a 5090 experience. Like with my 3080, many games run well better than that. Way better than that. So with my 3080 and a game that runs at 120 FPS with DLSS performance, or with DLSS quality, or DLAA even. I was playing Red Dead 2. Finally, we got this out. So I was playing Red Dead 2, Red Dead 1, DLAA 100 FPS plus all the time with my 3080, 5800X3D PC, because that game is demanding on the CPU. Very hard to get more than 120 frames all the time. But GPU is not that demanding. That's a 5090 experience there. It's all about the game. So yeah, we got this out. See, look, this case is way. It's just, this is not at the level of this case. It's like having a Lamborghini and then putting a cheap part on it. I mean, this is not a Lamborghini level case, but the thing is, this thing just feels completely out of place with the rest of the case. This downgrades the case big time. Like, for example, I'm at the store, you know, I'm looking at this case, you know, $80, that's a good deal. It has everything I need, good airflow, it comes with 4 fans, addressable RGB, it's not too heavy. I like it until I see this part, and I'm like, never mind. Never mind, show me the next case. They shouldn't have done this, man. Because at this same price point, they have the 110R PZ that doesn't have this. It's like, I'm sure they know and they fix it, and that's why we have the 110R PZ that doesn't have this thing. But yeah, big miss in my opinion. Now let's connect the GPU. The 9070 XT is legit. My friend has one and they have come a long way. Well, definitely. I mean, did you see the Gamers Nexus Linux performance video? AMD was crushing it. NVIDIA was broken. And Linux. NVIDIA wasn't even working right. 5090 was stuttering. An absolute mess. So some people told me about Linux. Should try Linux. Games run better there. Not with NVIDIA. But NVIDIA is not working right. Maybe there's a way to fix it. So we're playing Heli Sauce with a PS5 Pro instead of PC, 4K 60 FPS with motion interpolation. Well, that's the way to go. You have a Samsung TV, and man, that's Samsung Game Motion Plus is a big deal. You're basically getting a PC experience, a high-end PC experience there. So you're getting better fluidity than with my 5090 at 100 FPS. Okay. The moment of truth. You make sure you can see this moment. We are about to slap an absolutely amazing GPU on this $10,000 command center. It has triple fan. It's a triple fan GPU that absolutely rocks. It barely fits on the case. I mean, look at this thing. Let me hold it. See, how can I hold this thing without? Oh, let me make sure I remove the. I have to remove this. Look at this thing, man. It barely fits. Barely fits on this case. Actually, it doesn't fit. Wait a minute. It doesn't even fit. Look at this thing. I bought a GPU that doesn't even fit on this case. Like, it will fit. I mean, I just have to slide it this way first. Can you imagine that? We get this far and the GPU doesn't fit. Let's go. It's gonna go in just like that. Show you better angle. This is the moment of truth. Gonna slide that, slap it down.
Make sure it is in. There you go.
There you go. Now it is not. Let me put the screws. See, this is not safe. It's like, hey, look at this thing. It wants to go down this way. It's not very, very, very solid. Yeah, this will get damaged for sure. Unless I secure this better. I'm gonna get the screws in. Let's see where I have the screws. Right here. Okay, let me use the screwdriver with a magnetic tip so I don't drop the screw. Then I have to remove the GPU and then okay, let's go. Yeah, I definitely need an anti-sag bracket for this GPU, man. It's too big. Too big, too heavy. Yeah, it's just not gonna be enough to hold it in place. This goes like this. Huh. I don't know, how is this? Forgot how this was. This is a 3080, 10 gigabytes. So you recently switched to DDR5, I hope, before the price extravaganza. I'm using an old 3090, but I was thinking to upgrade for 4090 or 5080, 5090. I mean, the 3090 is a great GPU. It depends. What are you looking for? Do you want to play some Unreal Engine 5 a slop? Is there any game that you really want to play? Like, for example, I wanted to play Black Myth Wukong. That's why I bought the 5090. And it's still unplayable. So be careful. You might spend a bunch of money to play Unreal Engine 5 slop. And yeah, it's not gonna work. I think. I don't even know I forgot how this goes. I forgot how this goes. I have to watch my own video. I think it should be like this. I think maybe this was not even well connected, I think. I think it might go like this. Let me see. If I put it like this. Yeah, it goes like this.
this bracket here. That's what I'm doing right now. Working on this bracket. Support, this is to add some support for this flimsy metal part. But I don't think this is enough. We're gonna have to get I mean, on the other case, I needed the support bracket anyway. The 5090 PC needs the support bracket also, so these GPUs are just too big. You cannot just use these GPUs without an anti-sag bracket because it's gonna bend. It's not gonna be good. So let's connect the power of the GPU. I mean, it barely fits on the case. I actually like a lot that it's occupying all the space. Everything looks more, like it makes more sense. See, we're maxing out the length. I like that. Let's connect these. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's an 8-pin. Now let's see, how do we get our 8 pins like this. Like this. I don't know why they do this. You cannot have just an 8-pin solid. Oh no, because some GPUs only need 6-pin. That's why. So if you have 8 pins, it's not gonna work. There you go. Goes in. I need this one too. Love it. Got plenty of power now. Plenty of power. Oh my God, I'm already nervous. Is this gonna work? Remember, if you're just tuning in right now, I don't know if this PC is going to turn on. Why? Because this CPU was broken, the pins were bent, and I fixed it myself live with a razor blade. I don't know if the motherboard is bricked. Why? Because I was trying to update the BIOS to upgrade to the 5800X3D and it was not working, and I didn't get this to work at all. This might be broken. So the moment of truth has arrived. I'm going to connect the PC to power and I'm gonna turn it on. So if you believe in something, please, pray for this. This is the PC for my family, okay? If it doesn't work, I'm gonna have to buy a CPU, a RAM, and I'm gonna have to spend so much more money. It's gonna literally ruin the holidays. No more gifts on this holiday if this thing doesn't work. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely get a supporting bracket to prevent sag. I'm not even gonna have the PC maybe for a moment just to see how bad it sags. But yeah. So you're using a 5080, it works really well. I bet it does. It's like one of the best GPUs in the world. Yeah, man, broken games are just broken. So the thing is, you're not getting the experience that you should be getting on your PC based on the specs if you're playing a broken game. You're basically downgrading your PC experience. So you need the GPU mostly for rendering and multitask, and for school too. So if you need it for school, definitely get the 5090. That's 100% what you need for school.
Oh, the temperatures with this air cooler. This is a helicopter right here. If the GPU wasn't heavy enough, the case would just start flying. The RPM is gonna be through the roof. Yeah, I did see the 0.2 nanometer size transistor breakthrough. I saw a quick page about it. I think it was it was a YouTube video. I didn't click on it. It was a lady. It was a woman holding a ship, and the title of the video was that. So yeah, let's go. I'm gonna connect this thing. Everything is connected, right? I'm not missing anything. It should work. We have the drive connected, the GPU is connected, the motherboard power. We got all the fans connected. It is ready to go. It's all ready to go. I'm gonna connect that power supply. I'm going to connect the GPU. I'm gonna connect it to the same monitor that I'm using for, or maybe not, I'm gonna connect it to the TV so I don't lose the shot or anything. So if I connect it to the monitor, I don't see anything else. I'm gonna connect it to the TV. Let's go. Power supply is on. See if this cable is gonna reach down here. Otherwise, I can connect it up. Let's see. Oh, it reaches. It's gonna reach. It is connected. I'm gonna connect the TV now, because this cable is long enough. This is another. Let's go. Let's connect the GPU. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention about this GPU. It has 2 HDMI outputs. That's a big deal for me. I can connect 2 TVs to this GPU. So basically, Asus and Gigabyte are probably the only brands that do this. So that was definitely one of the biggest deciding factors for me to get this GPU. 2 HDMI 2.1 outputs and 3 display ports. That's better than my 5090. Oh my God, no, work, please, please. I'm gonna turn on the TV to see if I get video. And let's go. I'm gonna fire this on. I need power. Why this just turn on? I just gave it power and it turned on. That's not a good sign. Let me see if I'm getting video. No video. HDMI 3. Let me check. I mean, connecting this thing to the TV is not the best idea, because this TV doesn't identify. Okay, let me see. PC. I don't have video. No video. No video. I don't know why this thing turned on. And I have a red light. Let me see what this red light is saying. See, let me show you. There's a red light. There you go. See that red light on the motherboard? Let me see what that is.
CPU.
It doesn't work. Red light on the CPU.
Doesn't work, man. No.
You think it's the RAM? Okay, let me see. Check the RAM. That's broken. RAM 100%. Could be some front panel not connected correctly. You think so? The LED says the CPU very clearly. Okay, so I'm gonna turn it off. See, it doesn't even turn off. Why all the
And it's still saying CPU is
the CPU light is still on. I mean, all the lights are on. This is like a Christmas tree. Lights on the motherboard, the GPU, the fans. I think I didn't connect the power right. Okay, let's try again. The CPU light is still on. I think I'm gonna have to turn this off and try. No, this is not an X570. This is a B450 motherboard. This is the B450 Aorus Elite. Maybe the power switch is connected in the wrong place on the motherboard. Yeah, let me turn this off. Let me turn this off. I'm gonna hard turn it off. Okay. Let me read the manual of the motherboard to make sure I connect those small pins. I mean, I tried to connect it with a PC vertically. It was very hard. Let me see if I can do it easier now. And yeah, I'll try the single RAM stick and all that. I'm gonna try everything, man. I was hoping this was gonna work. Not feeling good about it right now, let me tell you. Okay, let's see.
Let me try to get access to these.
I need to remove this USB cable. I'm gonna move this thing. Okay, let me try to get more light here.
Okay, so
let me see what I did wrong. So the power was clearly not right because as soon as I turned it on, let me check this manual again. Yeah, I'm gonna check the manual. I mean, I did check the manual to connect the front panel, but it seems like I make a mistake. The only thing I didn't know is the positive or negative direction because all the pins are not labeled on the front panel. Not all the pins are labeled with positive or negative. So the power LED was wrong. So I'm gonna flip it. Power LED, power switch. I'm gonna flip those. The power switch, I'm gonna flip it.
that's what I didn't know exactly how it was.
I'm gonna flip it. It's not supposed to go that way.
It seems.
I'm gonna get this out of the way. This USB 3.
It's in the way. See if I can.
I need light from here. Wait. Let me get light from this. Need light from this direction. Fix the lighting here so I can see better.
Okay, I see better. Now this is the mistake I made for the power, but that's not gonna change anything. The PC is still powered on, but at least it's gonna power on when I tell it. So it goes the other way. It's in the same place, so I got it in the right place, but the polarity was wrong. Got it. I think I got it. Okay, that's in the right place, facing in the right direction. You just get it in. That's all the way down. Okay, so now it should turn on when I try to turn it on. So let's try that. Now the RAM, someone was saying that the RAM is on the wrong place. I think you're right. Let me change it. Okay, let me see. So this is RAM 2400, just DDR4 2400. It's just the most basic RAM, the most basic DDR4 RAM. When I bought this PC, this was my first PC when I got here to the US. So this was the most budget RAM I could get, basically. The RAM speed should not be a problem. Usually the motherboard falls back to JEDEC speed if it doesn't manage to post. I don't think it's the memory. It's clearly telling me it's the CPU. I'm gonna try to turn it on again. Let's see how it goes now. Let's see. I'm gonna change the RAM position. We're gonna go. Actually, let me read the manual about that real quick, because I think it goes the other way. Let me. So for the RAM, okay, memory. So dual channel, where, let's see if there's more. Installing memory, okay. So 2 modules, use 2 and 1. So 2 and 1. So I have it wrong. That happens when you don't read the manual. I never do. That's why this happened. But I don't think that's the problem. It should work anyway. But I'll try it. And I was able to bend the pins perfectly. I bet this CPU works. The problem is the motherboard. I think trying to update the BIOS, I break the motherboard. That's what happened. I think the BIOS updated successfully. I don't know why, but yeah. Let's try now. RAM is in a better place. Let's try again. I'm gonna give it power. Now it's turned on again by itself. Okay, let's see if I have video. Okay, let me see if that's still the same. The same CPU. Same CPU light. No signal. This doesn't work, man. Try cleaning the socket a bit and reseating it. Triple checking all pins on the CPU again. The pins were looking perfect, man. Trying alcohol on the socket. I'm gonna test with one. I mean, yeah, why not?
I can test with one dim. The thing is, I don't even know why this thing is turning on by itself. As soon as I give it power. I'm holding the power button. Now the fan of the CPU is going harder now. It doesn't turn off. I think I still have the power button wrong, connected wrong. Reset button is not working either. The case fans, they do work, all the colors. Okay, I'm gonna force it off again. Okay, let's remove one stick. I'm gonna remove number 2. Remove number 2. And try it again. Now, before I try it again, let me double check this thing. So power switch and reset. Wait, because maybe I am assuming, wait a minute. So it says 1 and 2. Okay, let me see that. 1. So 1 is this one. Yeah, it's right. It's like that. Oh no, wait a minute. I got all this front panel the other way. 20 and 19. Let me see. Yeah, I think I got all this front panel thing. I got it the opposite way. Let me unplug all of that and redo it. That's not gonna fix anything, but let me just get it right at least. I wish I had another CPU, of course, to test if it's not the motherboard, because this motherboard was not working for the 9800X3D, the 5800X3D. It was not working. This USB connector is a pain. Okay, let's get all these suckers out again. Okay, we got all of them out. Let's see. Okay,
Got the manual in hand. Got the pins in hand. So now I see one is right here. So I'm facing the right way this time. So HDD goes bottom left corner. So HDD goes this way. Now does it go? So we have positive to the left. That is how it's supposed to go. So HDD goes this way. Now we have reset. Reset goes right there, right after it. And then we have power switch and power LED. Okay, so then power switch goes to one side, power LED goes to the other side, and we get power LED positive. There you go. So I got it. It's gonna go like this. These two go together. Bottom left corner of this connector right here. Got one in. I wish it was this the problem. That would be amazing, but I don't think this is the problem. This is one problem, but it's not the reason why the CPU is giving me an error. And these things are so small. So hard to manipulate. Especially with a GPU in the middle. Giving me shadows. I cannot even see the pins. Okay, finally. Okay, we got those two in the right place. Now, I need to connect these two. Power goes. Let me double check again. Okay, power goes second from the left. Power switch and then power LED plus and negative. So plus and negative. So it goes like this. Goes the other way. Again, I don't think this is gonna fix anything. Probably struggling here for no reason, but you know, I just want to get it right. At least. The thing is, this power switch only has one pin on the motherboard actually. It's a 2-pin connector, but the motherboard has an empty pin. I mean, I guess it's enough with one pin to turn on and off, but it's kind of... I think the strategy with these is to put them all together, but they are not aligned together on my motherboard connector, so I cannot do that. Okay, I got it. So I got, no, it's one to the left.
Got it on the wrong. Have to do it like almost by.
I have to do it by feeling.
I can't see anything here.
Okay, we got it. Now, here, the LED positive goes to the left, the negative to the right. So positive goes to the left, okay. This one goes to the left, this one to the right, so, and they are separated. So, it's kind of a,
Okay, well, I'll take care of that later. Let me try to turn it on again because it's just not necessarily the LEDs anyway. Okay, let's try. Well, good thing. Now it didn't turn on. That's good. So now, well, now it's not even working. No, it's not even working. So. Oh man. Okay, let me read the chat. See if we have something. Manual in hand, and we got it wrong. Okay, let's see. Motherboard supports. Yeah. Check the motherboard support. Yeah, I mean, this motherboard supports the CPU. This was my PC, This was the first PC I built here in the US, the 2700 with that motherboard. The thing is, I tried to upgrade to the 5800X3D and it didn't work. So yeah, I bent the pins of the CPU and then that's what we have. It could be turning on itself because the power connector from the case. If connectors are not right orientation, try turning it on with manual short using a screwdriver. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I have never done that. Yeah, I guess it would just be touching the screwdriver where the power on is. But I don't wanna do that. Okay, so let me see. Power LED power switch. I'm connecting it right, man.
It says 1 here.
Oh, let me see. That actually this is labeled on the PCB. It's just so small. It's in the corner. Let me try to get light on it and just check it out visually.
So yeah. So it is spec power LED. Power LED HDD over here. Okay, let me try this again. It's not working anyway. Okay. So which one is HDD? So this one is HDD. Negative to the right here. So negative here has to be to the left. So this goes like this, negative to the left. HD goes here. So HDD says top right corner here. Thing is, I don't have space here with a GPU in the middle to operate. Trying to figure out a technique with my hands to do it. Negative. If I had like a, oh, I do actually. I do. Let me find a tool for this, man. I think I'm struggling with this with my hands because they don't fit. I do have a tool here I can use. It's kind of dirty, but it should work. Let me clean a little bit. I have a it's gonna be fine. So I'm gonna use this to hold these suckers, man. They're so small. Why do they do this? It should be a big fat connector that I can just connected using my fingers, like a normal human being. I think there's a problem with these companies agreeing the motherboard standards and all that. Some motherboards being different, that's why they have to separate the cable so it works for any motherboard. They should agree with each other and just standardize all these connectors. Okay, so we got it here, and I hold it, at least to put it in place, and I hold it like this. I need to be able to hold it straight, like this. Almost, but I think maybe if I use it from the side, it's gonna be better. The thing is, this is no, it's too thick. Oh, I think I developed a technique. I developed the technique. I know now. I know how to do it now. I developed a new technique. This is like beating a Dark Souls boss. You just have to get good. Now, so now we got the reset. Power LED. Okay, so power and LED. So I was connecting right the power and the LED. So power goes like this. Power only has one pin. I don't know why. Only one. Yeah, this technique works. So we got the power. The thing is, that power is a single thing. That just doesn't seem right. So that's what it says here and in the manual. Now, reset. It says to the left of HDD. Let me see. This. Well, welcome to the stream. We have 35 in the chat. If you just stop by, what's going on right now is it's not working. Okay, so far, epic fail. Okay, we got a $300 GPU, a new case, 850 watt power supply. We got all this ready to go. Try to turn it on and it's just not working.
So I'm trying to fix the small suckers right here. They're so hard to connect, especially when you don't have space with this big GPU. I got it flipped initially, that's why it was not working. So now I understand how to connect it, but the thing is, you know, it's hard to connect. Now the power switch here is so weird that there's only one pin for the power switch on this connector. That is so weird because it doesn't get in right. Okay, I'm gonna put the reset below so it goes, reset goes here. So I'm gonna connect this reset. Okay, so we're only missing the power LED. That's not mandatory. Let's see if it works now. The thing is, it just feels so wrong that the power only has one pin on this connector here when the cable has two pins. That is so weird. Okay, let's try it now. Let's see if this thing, no, it doesn't turn on. Wow, it's dead. It doesn't do anything. Is it even connected? Yeah, it's connected. Huh. What is going on? Is there a way the power supply died? What is going on? Front panel is standardized 10-1 blocks. It's just cheap case design. So the case can come with a connector that is not separated like that. It's a front panel extension cable that makes it a single block instead. Well,
That really sucks. But I don't know why this thing is not even turning on now. It's like I had it right before and now it's wrong. I don't understand now. I got the HDD exactly where it says HDD. I got okay, let me connect this power LED. Maybe it's necessary for it to work. It goes negative to the left, and positive to the right. These are the only two missing. Yeah, I don't remember struggling with this on any of the previous two PCs. But I don't remember if it was because of the motherboard. The other two motherboards that I have don't have this weird big connector with all this labels, and so I think it was the motherboard too, not only the case. Okay, so I don't think this is all the way in. Okay, I got all these suckers in. Okay, let's try now. See, now I got something there. Nope. So the chipset light up. Man, what am I doing wrong? Power LED power switch. It's right here, top left. Positive, negative. That's how I have it. Let's connect all this thing. Okay. Let me organize this in the air. Let's see what's going on. It is a whole mess right here. A whole mess. Okay. Power and reset. They are one after each other. On the case manual, let's see. They show you all those cables together. You just put them together, and that's the order that they're supposed to have. And that's not the case with this motherboard. See, they just show you this. Very simple. Just put them together right here, and you just, yeah, beautifully. So you see the HDD reset. So HDD goes to the side of reset based on this thing. HDD goes to the top right, which is exactly how it is right here. HDD to the top right and reset. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let me try again. I'm sure I'm doing it wrong, that's for sure. They should work. Okay, so HDD and reset go. So HDD positive to the right. HDD positive to the right, so it goes like this. And then reset, goes right. That's exactly how it's on the picture. And then we got power LED. Now that's the thing. In the picture, they all come together. But in the motherboard, let me see. It says LED negative, power LED, LED. Just 3 pins. Oh, because there are 2 power LED. Power LED, power LED. The thing is, this has 2 power LED things. Oh no, this thing is flip. What? So power. So I'm looking at it from here, 1 and 2. See, I think what has me confused is this motherboard has a 1 right here to the left of the connector, and I was thinking that's the same 1 that I see here, and that's not the case. That's why I've been getting it wrong. I have to ignore that 1 and go with the diagram below the panel, below the connector. So in that diagram, HDD and power LED go one below each other. So I am right here. HDD, power LED. And then HDD, power LED, and it also makes sense with the cable coming together like this. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put all of them together like this. This is it. This is it. All of them together like this. Hopefully we can keep them together. This should be a single connector together like this. Why would they separate this thing and make it so hard to connect? It doesn't make any sense. It should come like a single connector. If this is a standardized. Now see, I messed it up already. My goodness. Okay. I think I should super glue. I think I should super glue all these connectors. Just glue them. If that's how they go, why would you separate them? They should super glue them from the factory. It's like $1 for the super glue. It shouldn't add too much to
to the cost. What if I do this? Trying to find a technique to put this thing. If I do this, they get separated at the bottom. If I do this, if I put my finger like this. So I'm gonna put my index like this below, and this one right here. The thing is, my hand doesn't fit because of the CPU, of the GPU. I don't want to remove it right now. Try to figure out this technique, and then I'll become a master of connecting these suckers. Didn't work, but it's keeping the shape. You know what? I'm gonna look at the other case to see if it came with these connectors. I don't remember having to do this. It was super easy. I do remember having to do this on my PC. Well, definitely with when I built this PC, and in Cuba with my Intel 4770, and I had a Corsair case. I had to do this, and the case was very nice actually. It was a silent case. It was pretty nice. No tempered glass, but the side panels had a rubber material. It was very quiet. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me try two at a time. And these two first. And I'm not taking the GPU out for this. No way. I am not taking the GPU out for this. I'm gonna go one by one. I'm gonna put these two suckers first. These two go.
Yeah, to put them all together like that, it just doesn't work well. That's on the manual. That's the only place where it works. At least not with the GPU here. I don't have enough space. Okay, we got this was not right. Okay, 1 by 1 is how it works. Then I get these resets. And we got power switch. Let me check again. So power switch. Yeah. Yeah. I think I got it right now. Just one more. Okay, I think I got all of them. 1 by 1. It's the only way. Got it. So now this thing has to turn on, man. If it doesn't, I broke it. Let's see. Oh! I forgot I left this hanging in there. Let me. At least I know I connected it right now. I was like, what was that noise? I broke it really. Broke it for real. Let me get these out of the way. So I think we broke a record. The longest front panel connection in the history of YouTube. There you go. Now let's see. Let's go. Same CPU error. Now what? It's not the RAM. I'm gonna try the other stick just in case, but yeah, I think it's the CPU, man. It's broken. So this new PC is for the family. But yeah, I think the CPU is broken, man. So what I can try is
just, you know, remove the CPU, wiggle it a little bit. I can try. I mean, I'm gonna try the. I'm gonna try the other RAM than both. It doesn't even turn off now. It resets, but it doesn't turn off. Okay, let me power this off. So, let me try. It's not that RAM, otherwise it would say RAM. But you know, let's try it.
Still the same CPU.
Problem. It's not the RAM, man. It's the CPU. Let me. Yeah, it resets, but it doesn't want to turn off. Okay. So let me just put the other RAM back the way it was. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take out the
CPU, take a look at it, wiggle it, and see if we can bring it back to life. It's not the RAM should work well.
Okay. Let's try. Power is off. I'm gonna unplug the cooler.
Why is it so hard? CPU fan.
CPU fan is out. Addressable RGB, we don't need that right now. That's not the problem. So, I don't have more thermal paste, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter right now. Now, it is possible trying to remove the CPU now. I'm gonna bend the pins, and this is the same thing that happens last time. The CPU is cold. There's no way I can heat the CPU up because I cannot use it. That's what happened last time. It got cold. I had a gigantic knock to a cooler, and when I tried to remove it, I bent the pins. That's what happened. Now, I was so careful putting this CPU back in. It was perfect. Like, I was able to straighten the pins back perfectly. Perfectly. afraid it's the motherboard, man. I wish I had another motherboard to try. Because why this motherboard, it didn't work with the 9800X 3D. It should have. Because I updated the firmware. But it didn't work.
That's it, I think. I'm just doing this for no reason. It's all disconnected.
Okay. So let's try to remove this thing.
I'm gonna wiggle it. Yeah, I'm wiggling it. Got it.
Got it nice and clean. Nice and clean. Now let me remove this thing. Addressable RGB on this crappy cooler. The last thing that this cooler needed was addressable RGB. This is like a toaster. So loud too. I immediately bought the big Noctua cooler when I heard this. When I listened to this PC, I was like, yeah, no way. I mean, this is. Oh. You open a game and you know you're gaming. I mean, your people at home knows when you're gaming and when you're not. So, yeah, this doesn't need addressable RGB. It just needs to be a little bit less worse.
Less bad.
Okay, let's see.
I'm gonna look at it. It looks like it's in all the way.
See a problem with it. But I'm gonna try to remove it. Wiggle it.
The pins look flawless.
This looks flawless. See if I can focus it. Give you a better. I straightened the pins perfectly. I was very careful and it worked pretty well. This looks perfect to me in person. It looks perfect. I don't see any bend pins at all. Yeah, let's see what you think. Don't ruin your RAM. That's not gonna cost. Now this RAM is not that expensive. It's like $120 right now, I think. If it doesn't turn off, likely it can't load the UFE at all, which means CPU initialization fails completely, which means either bad contact or broken socket or CPU. Maybe it does support a CPU from factory. No, yeah, this motherboard was working with this CPU. Power, CPU power cable, reset RAM. Let me see one thing. Blown on the motherboard. Yeah, I have an air blower. I'm gonna blow the motherboard. You can see newer generations have them, like Intel now. Check the pins on the motherboard too. From a certain angle, they are visible. If no bend pins, then yeah, bad UEFI update. Try flashback again. The thing is, there's no way to flash back the BIOS without a CPU on this motherboard. On my A850 motherboard, the new one, there's a way you can flash the BIOS with a button, or you can update without even a CPU installed on it, which is great. It's basically to prevent you breaking the whole motherboard unnecessarily. I mean, the motherboard is a brick unnecessarily. Okay, I'm gonna check the pins on the motherboard. I bet this CPU works. It just looks perfect. I'm gonna check the pins. Let me see if I can see them. I cannot see anything. It's total darkness. Let me see if I can have the light on top of it. Let's see if I can move this maybe. Oh yeah, I can see it when I move that. Everything looks perfect, but I don't move it all the way. So when I move it all the way, they disappear. When I move them all the way, you cannot see any pins. You can only see it kind of in the middle of the way. Right there, I can see them perfectly. Right there. They look perfect. Now, can I try the CPU without the cooler? So I can just wiggle it and try back and forth, or do I need to have the cooler? Maybe just put the cable on the cooler and that's it. What do you think? I'm gonna blow this. I have an electric blower right here. I'm gonna try this. Okay, let's see.
it fits perfectly. Like it's not. I'm looking at it from the side. It is perfectly in. The alignment with the pins is just flawless. I don't think.
I strongly believe it is the motherboard. You know what I want to do? I would try to see if I can find a very cheap AM4 motherboard on eBay or Craigslist on the used market, just to try if this CPU works. But it needs to be very, very cheap. Very, very cheap motherboard. Just to try it. I mean, if this doesn't work, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna buy a much better CPU and I'm just gonna go and get a much better PC. It's gonna cost me a lot of money, but I am building a PC for sure. I mean, this 3080 is gonna be pushing some frames. But I wanted to be able to use this. So what do you think? Can I just turn it on like this without a cooler, or do I have to at least connect the cooler? What do you think? I think it's brick, George. I think it doesn't work anymore, and I believe it's the motherboard. I think the BIOS update on this motherboard didn't work. It didn't work because if there's no reason. The 5800X3D CPU was brand new. I updated the BIOS to the one that was supposed to work for it, and it didn't work. And then in that back and forth, I broke this CPU. I ended up buying an X570 motherboard, and the rest is history. So the CPU, I think, is working. I don't think there's anything wrong with the CPU. I think the motherboard was bricked. It's software. Yeah, that's what I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. 7800X3D new motherboard. RAM. Let's see what we do with that. And that's it. Okay, let me see. So I should be fine for 4 or 5 seconds without the cooler. Okay. You need a cooler for the CPU. Yeah, it will hit. Okay. I mean, I can just put it over it without screwing it. Should be fine. Clear CMOS. You know what? I don't know how to do that. I know you put a screwdriver somewhere, but I'm not sure how to do that. I remember doing it, like, my brother showed me how to do that on a Pentium 3 or something, but I never did. I think you remove the RAMs and you try to power it on for a moment or something. Press a heatsink on the CPU. What did you do to BIOS flash? I don't even remember. I think I put it on the flash drive and just followed the procedure. No, there's nothing melted. Everything, so physically everything looks perfect. Oh, remove the battery? Oh, I see. Just take out the battery. Find the pins and connect it with a screwdriver. So there's a pin you need to short to reset BIOS UEFI. See manual for instructions. Worth a try, maybe. That clear CMOS removing the bottom cell battery. So if I just remove the battery, that's going to clear the CMOS. Do I have to try to power it on without the battery? So the CMOS pins are normally covered. Take off the cover, connect them with something metal, and it will clear it. So leave it out. So leave the battery out for 10 minutes. Yeah, the CPU position is line. Yeah, CPU looks good. Okay, so removing the battery does not clear the CMOS always. Okay. Okay. Well, I see the battery is below the GPU.
I'm not sure if I can remove this without removing the GPU, especially without knowing how. That battery might be dead too, but the PC should still turn on with it. Would the PC work without a battery? Would the motherboard work without a battery? Put battery will clear CMOS, no power needed. One guy, the CMOS need to be removed for at least a minute. I would be removing the GPU anyway at this point. So the GPU doesn't matter, right? I can try to turn it on without the GPU. It would give me a code for the GPU, but all I need is to know that the CPU works, right? So yeah, let me remove the GPU then. Now let me clean my hands because I don't want to touch the GPU with the thermal paste on my hands. So I'll be right back. Yes, it will work without through. Very yes, especially during a no pause situation. Okay. Yes, will work, but then when you shut down, you will lose all your BIOS configuration. Yeah, I don't care about the BIOS configuration. I just need this to work. It works without a battery. Yes, just won't remember any UEFI settings nor time. Pop-up warning on each boot. Okay, I get it. So now let me go, get this thermal paste removed from my hand so I can remove the GPU. And then I'm gonna take the battery out and see if that works. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back. Let me drink some water here. Okay, I'm gonna take out the GPU. Take out this GPU and then remove the battery. I mean, this is all fun. Look, I wanted this to work. It doesn't work. What can we do? Just you know, just cash. You know, throw cash to the problem, and it goes away. If everything was that simple, can you imagine that? Just throw cash. Just blow the entire bank account. Just blow it up. Screw it. You know? Let's go. 7800X3D. DDR5 in the best moment to buy right now. This is just the right time to go and blow all your savings on blazing fast DDR5 RAM. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be crazy. Okay, let me get this. You gotta remove this thing. I have to hold the GPU, it would just drop. It would just go down. Okay, let's see. One thing I like about this GPU is you can manipulate it because it's mostly plastic and it doesn't get dirty. There you go. It barely fits. I can barely get it out of the case. It's so big. Look at that. I'm still very happy with this GPU, man. I'm gonna try this. Once I get the adapter, I'm gonna try this GPU on my. Oh wow! I was touching the slot. That's not good. I'm gonna try this GPU with a 5090 together for frame generation, PhysX, lossless scaling, and all that good stuff. I mean, I'm so happy with this GPU. It looks so new. It's unbelievable. The guy said he used this GPU for 4 hours. Can you believe that? I mean, it looks like it. That was not the reason why I bought it. It was looking clean on the post. It was looking like brand new. But he was not claiming, 4-hour GPU. He was just saying, I got something better selling this. And when I got it, I was so impressed with how new this thing looks. Look at the copper. There's no rust at all. Like, this looks unbelievably clean. So I asked him, hey, look, this is impressive how new this GPU looks. And he said, yeah, I use it for 4 hours. That's what he said. He said, I have a gaming laptop. I wanted to build a PC, but never use it. 4 hours. Unbelievable. $300 for a 3080. I think, yeah, this is a deal right now. There was a lot of 3080s for $30. For $300. So I'm gonna get these. I put this right here for the moment. get the cover. Got it. A safe place. Here I got my old 3080 Ti, and now I have a spare CPU. 7800X3D. Are we both doing the same build? Well, you got a Ti though. That's better. Well, go for it, man. Build a second PC. That's always fun. You get a new case to spice it up and have fun building it. Okay, let me see. Check. I missed some of the comments. I'm gonna remove the battery now. Let me see. We got 41 in the chat. People love disasters. When things don't work, when we get something catastrophic going on, oh man, that's peak entertainment right there. Oh man. Okay, let's see. I missed a bunch of comments. I got the Asus TUF motherboard for the X570. Please don't buy any RAM right now. Well, what am I gonna do? If I get a new CPU, I'm gonna need DDR5. Buy a 96 gigabyte DDR5 for $1,200. That's gonna be crazy, man. $900, man. Last month I bought 64 gigabytes of DDR5. George recommended it to me. It's the same kit that he has. It was the Flare X5, G-Skill Flare X5, 64 gigabytes, 6,000, DDR5 6,000, CL30. I bought it for $260. Now it is $560, so $300 more. Absolutely crazy. Man, 3090 is still a beast. 3090 is an amazing GPU. The 3090, see, the thing is, Unreal Engine 5 slop has nothing to do with how good your PC is. It's gonna run like garbage regardless. Okay, let's go. So pay attention to the cell battery polarity. Do you know how to reinstall the battery? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Just buy a used pre-build and take the RAM out. Looking it up now, even pre-built PCs have gone up. Yeah, everything is going up. Let's see. Let's try to remove this battery. Try to remove the battery. Okay, let's see how we do this. We have, this is easy, very easy. Okay, so this battery is probably dead. Completely dead. Do I need, let's see, CR2032. Does it have to be exactly the same battery, or let me see, because I have one of these on my guitar tuner. Can I use a guitar tuner battery? Let me see. I think this is the same battery. See, I have a guitar tuner right here. I'm gonna check the battery. I recently put this battery. It looks similar. See, it looks similar. CR2032 is exactly the same, look. Exactly the same battery. Isn't that what I have to look for? CR2032. Let me put them side by side. Okay, here it is. CR2032, CR2032. That should work, right? Same specs, okay. Okay. I'm gonna use that then. I'm gonna use that instead. Maybe that's gonna work. Do I have to wait longer, or that's okay? I can already put it back. George said that it was like 10 minutes, or somebody said like 1 minute. Okay, so we got the right one. Now, let me see if I can find it. You know, while we're waiting a little bit, let me see if I can find. Well, actually, you know what we can do? Let me check if this old battery can power my guitar tuner. That would be a good thing to try. Let's see if it turns on. Because if it doesn't, then it's dead. Trying to turn it on right now, and it's not turning on. It's dead. Yep, it's dead. That battery was completely dead. Yeah, it just doesn't work. It's just, this battery is just dead. Completely dead. That's the one on the motherboard. Doesn't work anymore. No way. So do you think that's gonna fix it? Could that fix it? Look, it's dead. I bet the tuner is not working, look. This is the power button right here. This is the power button. I'm turning it on. Not working. This is the battery that was on the motherboard. Okay, so we know battery's dead. Now we have a new battery, so hopefully that's enough. Now, should I still try to flash the BIOS, or I mean, I guess we can try real quick. See if that brings it back to life. Right? Let's see if that works. Just like that.
CPU still
same issue. Same issue. So, last thing, let me try to find. Can someone find? Oh, look, this is the B450 Aorus Elite. I'm gonna try to find here in the user manual how to reset the CMOS. See if that makes any difference. You know, with a screwdriver to touch it. I don't know where it is. Let me know if you can find it before me and let me know. Yeah, I turned it off. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen? Just burn? Who cares? It doesn't even work. Okay, short, clear CMOS. Oh, here it is. I found it. I found it. So it's telling me that these short this to clear the CMOS. So now let me see where that is. Number 16. Number 16. So that is 15. Okay, let me see again. Okay, 16. Okay, I see it. So it is right on top of the suckers right here. So number 16, that is short that to clear the CMOS values. Okay, I'm gonna do that. It's these two pins right here. Is that enough, or do I need to have the PC on? Is that enough? Just touch those two pins? Yeah, I found them. Do I need to touch it more, or do I need to give it a massage? Turn it on? What do I need? Well, you're gonna need an old CPU to bring the BIOS up to date. It's two ways of doing the same thing. Okay, yeah, but you know, just in case that makes any difference. I need to give it a massage, top to bottom or left to right. Okay, let's try again. I'm gonna try again. Start it. Turn it on. Now I just turn on by itself. CPU still complaining. CPU still complaining. It's dead, man. It is dead. Well, time to throw money to the problem. Now, I would really like to try this CPU on a different motherboard. I bet it will work. I bet this CPU works. I'm gonna go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Facebook Marketplace, and I'm gonna try to find a dirt cheap B450 motherboard to try the CPU. I mean, ultimately, at some point, I was gonna upgrade this PC because I know the CPU is a bottleneck for the 3080. 3080 is still very nice GPU. It can play anything, but the CPU is a problem, big problem. So at some point I was going to upgrade, but you know, family right now is playing Monkey Island, so there's no need for a faster CPU for that. Take the CPU to repair store and get them to test it. Oh, that's not a bad idea. The thing is, if they charge me for testing it, but that's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. I can go walk into the store and ask them, hey, do you charge me to test this CPU? I'm not sure if it works. That's not a bad idea. If I try to flashing it using the flash BIOS button, I don't have a flash BIOS button. I wish I did. That's one of the best things about the new motherboard that I got, the B850 Tomahawk Max. Yeah, that has a flash button. Now, if they're gonna charge me, I'd much rather go and buy a used B450 motherboard or X570. You know, if I find something very cheap, a good store would test it for free. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they have everything set up. It would cost them like a moment to just drop the CPU there and see if it works. I don't have I don't have another CPU to try. I mean, I'm not going to remove the 5800X3D to try on this motherboard. I already tried that and it didn't work. Yeah, that's for sure. The store, you know, takes care of you like that and they win a customer, that's for sure. Yeah, I want to do that, man. I want to really know if that CPU works. Because here's the thing. That CPU right now is not even worth $100. I know that. So it is not worth it to just buy a motherboard for that CPU because the motherboard is gonna cost me more than the CPU itself. It doesn't make any sense. But on the other hand, I just don't feel good. Like if that CPU works, it doesn't feel good to not use it for me. I want to use it. It's a good CPU. It's not gonna play on Real Engine 5 games, but it's good. I think the problem here, what happened is I broke. So the motherboard got bricked with the firmware update. That's what happened. Because we have two CPUs that didn't work on this motherboard. Brand new 5800X3D didn't work. So that tells me the problem is the motherboard, not the CPU. Buy a motherboard speaker and it will tell you exactly what's wrong with it. A motherboard speaker. Exactly what's wrong with it. Like it will give me a code. I mean, this motherboard is telling me it's the CPU. Does the CPU get hot at all? I don't know. I didn't touch it. Let's see. Nah, it's cold. Yeah, I think it's the motherboard is bricked. I already did the CMOS reset. So yeah. Okay, man. Well, let's leave it there. I mean, 100%. We are building a PC. Okay, I got the case. I got the power supply. We have the GPU. I mean, I have the RAM, the CPU. I'm going to search. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go tomorrow to a shop with the CPU. I'm gonna ask them if they can test it for free, just to know if it works. And if they do and it works, I'm gonna go and search for a cheap used B450 motherboard. I'm sure there's plenty of those out there. Or, you know, whatever X370 or X570, whatever motherboard I can get for less than $100. That's the goal. Get a very cheap motherboard. So you're saying the motherboard can be sold for parts, someone else can use a BIOS flasher to unbrick the motherboard. Oh, that's another thing. So the B450 Aorus Elite is going for $75 right now. Is that brand new or is that on eBay? The motherboards are cheap right now? Okay. Well then, I mean, why not? I just want to know the CPU works, because then it's just wasting $75 for no reason. Yeah, but the thing is, here's the problem. If I get an X570 motherboard, for example, why would I get an X570 motherboard? To be able to upgrade later, right? To get a better CPU. Well, what is the best CPU of AM4? The 5800X3D, which I have. Right now, that CPU is $900. Some people are selling it for over $1,000. So there is no upgrade path that makes any sense on AM4. If I'm gonna get something better, I'm going straight 7800X3D or something similar. Because then, okay, I have to buy the new motherboard and RAM, but now I have a serious PC. So I don't want to spend money. I want to get a very cheap, B450 motherboard, $75. That makes sense. If I can fix this problem with $75, that would be perfect. Absolutely perfect. So yeah, let's see. Let's see what happens. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's leave it there. I'm gonna go and eat something. Let's consider this operation big entertainment. Everything was a disaster. Nothing worked. I mean, what else can you ask? That is peak entertainment right there. Now, before we finish the case, two big problems with this case. These small suckers for the front panel, that is such a pain. So what I'm gonna do now when I go upstairs, I'm gonna look at the MAG 110R MAG panel 110R PC case that I have, and I'm gonna look at that front panel connector to see. I don't remember it being the same. I don't remember struggling with that. So if that one doesn't have these small suckers, that's a big difference. And it's the same price for the case. And the other big problem with this case is this thing. You have to remove this back plates and you cannot get them back. I mean, that feels so cheap. And in this case, it's not bad at all. So it's downgrading the feel of the whole case for that thing. So yeah, other than that, it's small, light. We got 3 fans in the front, 1 in the back. I'm happy with it. I'm not gonna care that much about that part. And right after I install the PC, and this connector is not gonna be a problem. But yeah, the building experience is kind of, damaged with that. So I would definitely get the other one, the fish tank version, other than this. But I did want the mesh front. I wanted to try this airflow case. So yeah. yeah, I'm gonna try to fix the issue as cheap as possible. That's for sure. Yeah, I think it's the motherboard too, man. It might be long, but take everything out and reset everything. I don't know, man. Like I think the thing is, labor here is too expensive. This motherboard is not expensive enough to go and pay anyone to fix it, to reset the flash the BIOS or whatever, because labor here is just too much. I don't know how to fix it. I have no clue. I don't have the tools to flash the BIOS or anything like that. The easiest thing is just to go and buy a very cheap motherboard. That's probably what I'm gonna do. So yeah, let's leave it there, man. Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the description. And yeah, let's see what happens. I'll keep you posted. There's something else coming tomorrow, and I got the liquid cooler coming, but it's okay. I mean, I'll see what I do. I highly doubt the CPU is faulty. The motherboard could be faulty. Yeah. The CPU looks perfect. CPU looks perfect. Take the entire PC to a service center and get them to find the issue. I mean, I don't want to have to. They're gonna charge me a lot for it. You know how things are here in the US. So I mean, we're gonna get it working. Don't worry about it. I mean, this is part of the fun. This is part of the fun. I'm happy either way. I'm happy either way. This was not working anyway, so it's like, yeah, I didn't have this motherboard and CPU working. So I was hoping, fingers crossed, that it was gonna work, because I fixed the CPU bent pins. But yeah, the motherboard is probably broken. So let's leave it there, man. I will keep you posted, and we're gonna figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'll try to figure it out as cheap as possible. You can always throw money to the situation and completely fix it. Yeah, bro's fixing PCs in a suit. Let's go. That's how we do it here. Yeah, man. So yeah, let's leave it there, man. Take care. I'm gonna go and eat something, and I'll keep you posted. Take care, and thanks for joining. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the help.